Star Dummy. How you doing? Good morning, it's Uncle Lou here. Yeah, that's right, it's me, Uncle Lou, live on LouTube for you. Thanks for watching. Florida State and Oklahoma. Hey, White Tonto and Wagon Man. Congratulations, you bunch of dummies. You made it to the Cheez-It Bowl. What a remarkable ending to a season. Boy, just what everybody wanted heading into the season was for their team to luck up and end up in the Cheez-It Bowl. Yep. How y'all doing? Y'all ready for another couple of bowl games today? Ended up with some good ones yesterday, even though it didn't look like it for a while. But that North Carolina Oregon game ended up being great. We'll see what we get here out of the Cheez It Bowl. Florida State and Oklahoma getting ready to kick off here in the Cheez It Bowl. Where is the Cheez It Bowl? Orlando or something? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows or cares either. But it is the Cheez It Bowl. And then, of course, coming up tonight, the Alamo Bowl. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that one's in Texas. Texas versus Washington coming up tonight with the Alamo Bowl. So we got some big name teams playing today and some mid-tier bowl games. Oklahoma is going to kick things off here to start the game. To kick us away. Fielded in the back of the end zone. And a knee taken for a touchback. The Seminoles will start 1st and 10 on their own 25. How y'all doing? Chief, what's up, buddy? Mayhem Matthew. Sterling Reviews. Kirby's Visor. Paxton. Matt Dummett, though. Harry Leg. Sooner Man is here. I hope that damn wagon didn't get tipped over. Minnesota beat Syracuse earlier today, 28-20, and unfortunately for the Syracuse man, you know what that means. Gonna have to go ahead and turn the helmet over. Y'all tried real hard. Syracuse tried real hard. I'm very proud of them. They tried extremely hard. Yeah, they did. They did. What's up, Country Tiger? Michael Burden, Bulldog Brian, Raj. Raj, I got something I got to tell you. Call me real quick, Raj. Dominic, what's up, buddy? A Ohio, Paxton. Throw the damn ball. I think it's supposed to be run the damn ball, ain't it? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be run the ball. Run the ball, Paul. What's up, Gamecock Edits? 3rd and 4 now for Florida State on their first possession. Jordan Travis under pressure, gets away, takes off running, and picks up the first down and then some. That vaunted Brent Venables defense. Brent Venables defense. Y'all hold on 1 second. All right, sorry about that. I'm a businessman taking care of business. Can I get a witness? How are y'all doing? We're going to have some good games today. I have a feeling. Here's Florida State on 2nd and goal. Look at this. Oh, look at this Oklahoma defense stepping up on 2nd and goal. Stops the white Tonto man for a 2-yard loss. 3rd and goal coming up for Florida State. Let's go. You got to make yourself get excited for these mid-tier bowl games now. What's up, Gamecock Getters? Good to see you in here, buddy. Floby, B.A., Dominic, Ben Adams, B-Bean, Colby, Agent Z. 3rd and goal coming up for Florida State now. Jordan Travis in a shotgun, man in motion. Jordan Travis rolls to his right, looking into the end zone, throws, and dropped by the wide receiver. 4th and goal coming up for White Tonto. White Tonto! Otherwise known as Florida State. BA said no more babies. I've been said that a long time ago, boss. Long time ago, boss. What's up, big dog? Noah? DDP? Mayhem Matthew, did you get rid of the join button? No. No, I did not. No. In fact, there's several people in here right now who are members on the join. Because I see the LouTube logo. Here's the best part about being on the join. Hold on. If you're on the join, you can do this. Do the Patreon. If you're going to do one or the other, do the Patreon. There's nothing, if you're doing the join, you're just doing it to do it. You don't get anything I don't like to join. YouTube gets enough. So they take half of that too. So if you want to do one or the other, do Patreon. That's why I don't ever talk about the join. I want my wrench. I give out wrenches on all the Patreon streams. So the next Patreon stream will be Saturday night at 8 o'clock. So everybody in the Patreon stream Saturday night at 8 o'clock will get a wrench. You have Patreon, man, Matthew? I appreciate that, buddy. Gophers beat Syracuse 28-20. Yeah, we just talked about that a minute ago. I had to go ahead and turn the Syracuse helmet upside down. Shout out to Syracuse. But a lot of these helmets starting to get turned upside down now. And we're going to have 2 more turned upside down today. We got Florida State and Oklahoma on now, and then Texas and Washington tonight. So you already know who's going to win. I picked Florida State and Washington. So that means Oklahoma and Texas are probably winning. My bowl, I haven't kept up, but my bowl record's got to be like 20% or something. I'm getting every one of these bowl games wrong. Why am I banned from Super Chat? I have no idea. There's no way for me to ban anybody from Super Chat, so it's got nothing to do with me. It's got nothing to do with me. I don't know why. I've never heard of anybody being banned from Super Chat. Benny Boy says, a wrench question mark. I'm not sure what you're asking. Don't give money to corporations. Feed your independent media artists like Lou. That's a great idea, Visor, man. Yeah. Everybody hates corporate everything now, right? Well, support your friendly neighborhood Uncle Lou. I'm the nicest asshole you'll ever meet. I'm the nicest asshole you'll ever meet. Who did you pick to win the Cotton Bowl, Tulane or Southern Cal? I picked Tulane. The corporate commercials about HIV kill me. I need more crack rock, says Yam. Well, you got no crack rock here. You're looking in the wrong place if you're here. Team Asshole, that's right. Team Asshole is undefeated. Team Asshole is undefeated. Florida State did go ahead and kick that field goal, so Florida State got the ball to start the game. They drove right down the field and kicked a field goal against that vaunted Brent Venables Oklahoma defense. Seminoles 3, Oklahoma 0. Oklahoma about to have their first possession coming up. Gator says, I can now. Sunbelt Billy must have had me banned. Sunbelt Billy can suck my tank from the inside out. You know Sunbelt Billy doesn't know what he's doing? Were you aware of that? Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Gator MF. I appreciate it. Hey, y'all make sure you're hitting the thumbs up button here at the start of the stream today. We had a lot of fun in here yesterday, streamed for about 7-8 hours. We're going to do it again today. So y'all make sure y'all hit that thumbs up. I'm here to watch these games with you. Here's the kickoff from Florida State. This one's going to go into the end zone for a touchback. 1st and 10, Oklahoma on the 25. This will be their first possession. Yeah, y'all make sure you're hitting that thumbs up. It's literally the easiest thing you can do to help support the stream. Mayhem Matthew, thank you for the super chat. He says, you accidentally sent me 2 t-shirts. Did you want me to cash app you for the second one? No, I don't know how that happened. Billy Boy says, average top 4 FEI offenses OSU faced ranked 30th on average, scored 126 points. UGA top 4 faced average. I don't know what you're trying to do there. I don't know what 4 FEI offenses even means. I don't know what I don't know what that means. Oklahoma about to have their first letdown coming up unless our O-line shocks the bowl world. Yeah, I had to go ahead and pick Florida State in this one. 2nd and 10 for Oklahoma. They keep it on the ground, driving forward for about 4 yards. Going to be 3rd and about 6, 3rd and 7 maybe coming up. Looks like you need to read a book, Lou. Because I don't know what, you know what this means? Average top 4 FEI offenses. I don't know what that means. I would tell you to read a book, but you can't fucking read because you're a fucking retard. 3rd and 5 coming up for Oklahoma. Gabriel steps up in the pocket, throws. Did he catch that? I think he did. Looked like he might have been bobbling it, but he came down with it. 1st down, Oklahoma. Nick, what's up, buddy? He says, been a while, woo. Should be a good weekend. Yeah, it should. Going to be some good games. Going to be some good games. Let's get this stream to 150 likes. Yeah, I think we can probably do that here pretty soon. We're at 96 right now. Lou is on brand tonight. Yes, yes. Good morning. How's everyone doing? Shut the fuck up. Your IQ must be about potato to participate in the chat. So, Lou, you streaming the Orange Bowl tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow I'm streaming starting at 3:30 for Notre Dame, South Carolina. And oh, wow, big play for Oklahoma, but knocked away at the last minute by the FSU defensive back there. Would have been a huge game. 3rd and 8 coming up. Yeah, I'm streaming tomorrow starting at 3:30 for Notre Dame and South Carolina. And I'm going to stream through the end of the Orange Bowl, Tennessee and Clemson. Yes. Yes, I is. Yes, I is. Streaming the Sugar Bowl. No, I'm not. Streaming TCU versus Michigan at 4 o'clock right here on YouTube. The Sugar Bowl is on Saturday, so I'm not streaming the Sugar Bowl. That's at noon. But I am streaming TCU versus Michigan at 4 o'clock right here on YouTube. And then Georgia versus Ohio State at 8 o'clock will be on the Patreon page. So if you're not on the Patreon page, get on there by Saturday so you can hang out and watch the Georgia-Ohio State game. Ohio State YouTubers are very nervous. There's Ohio State YouTubers? That's news to me. That's news to me. I had no idea. Yeah, Drinkwitz, next year might be his last year if he doesn't get it together. Another nice play by Oklahoma. A throw by Dylan Gabriel on an out route gets it all the way down to the 35. Oklahoma with a good opening drive here early in the first quarter. Did you see Sonny Dice talking shit about the SEC? Yeah. Yeah. Everybody that can't beat the SEC talks shit about them. Everybody cries about what the SEC does. Well, the SEC is winning 80% of the national titles in the last 25 years. So instead of crying about what the SEC is doing, maybe these other conferences should start doing what the SEC is doing. But no, they'd rather bitch, moan, and cry like a bunch of babies. I heard the Sugar Bowl was nothing but KSU playing some old has-been anyway. Yeah, Kansas State versus some team that used to be good. Billy Boy says, sorry, Lou, it's a possession efficiency ranking metric, the FEI. Yeah, I've got no idea what that is. No clue. I mean, when it comes to stats, you can find any stat you want to back up any opinion you have. Back to throw again, 1st and 10. Gabriel takes off running and ducks out of bounds after a gain of about 2. 2nd and 8 coming up now for Oklahoma. Florida State up 3-0, 8:19 to go in the first quarter. Deshaun Williams, thank you for hitting the super chat to help support the stream, buddy. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Disagree with the stat statement. What, you don't think you can find a stat to back up almost any opinion you have? Of course you can. For example, he's talking about passing efficiency ranking metric. I mean, there's a billion stats. You can find a stat to prove almost any opinion you have. Lou, today is my 35th birthday. All I want for my birthday is the dogs to get another natty. Well, you're going to have to wait. You're going to have to wait about another 12 or 13 days on that. You think South Carolina can win tomorrow? I think they can. I don't think they will. I picked Notre Dame. Michael Burden, thank you for the super chat. Saturday there's going to be a frog leg party. Everybody's invited. Go Blue. Oh, man. Trash talking TCU. I love it. I love it. If a team is the 121st passing D, how do you find a stat to show they're good? LOL, this isn't complex. Well, I don't know. Maybe they're like 3rd in the country against 3rd down passing. Maybe what's the stat floating around from Ohio State? They're the 2nd best team in the country when it comes to passes defended against running backs and tight ends. I mean, you can find a stat to back up anything you want to find. You're obviously new to football and don't understand anything other probably than basic stats, because here you are talking about total passing yards allowed, which is literally the most basic passing defense stat there is. But, yeah, you can find a stat to back up any opinion you have. Is there a stat for softness? Oh, boy. Yeah, rush yards allowed per loss is a good stat for softness. And for Ohio State, that number is almost 300. Touchdown Sooners. Boy, Dylan Gabriel looked good on that drive, too. Each team's had the ball one time. Each team has scored. Florida State had to settle for a field goal after driving all the way down the field. Oklahoma goes downfield and scores a touchdown. So Oklahoma 6, Florida State 3. An extra point will make it 7 for Oklahoma. Is there a stat out there that says Sunbelt Billy is a great fit? A great fit? No. No. Oklahoma peaking early. Oh, yeah, you Southern Cal, man. Yeah, I know. You have to hate Oklahoma, don't you? Southern Cal versus Oklahoma is the best rivalry in all of college football that doesn't exist. Like, there is no Southern Cal versus Oklahoma rivalry, but I sure wish there was. There's definitely a Southern Cal fans versus Oklahoma fans rivalry, and there's definitely an Oklahoma fans versus Lincoln Riley rivalry. But there's not an actual Southern Cal versus Oklahoma rivalry, although we sure do need one right now. Do you think Nick Saban will retire in the next 5 years? I'll say yeah. Next 5 years? Yes. Yes. How about turning over OU helmet right now? We will win for sure. Yeah, I got a little early on some helmet flips yesterday. That's a fact. Good morning, Pastor Dave. True Seminole says the suck nuts won't do shit. You know, you may be right. You may be right. You may be right. Yeah, winning natties or not, I don't think is going to have anything to do with when Saban retires. He's. I don't think that's going to be a determining factor. I think he's just going to coach until he doesn't want to coach anymore, whether he's won another natty or not. Yeah, I have no idea what FEI is. Never heard of it. I hope Georgia stomps a mud hole in the state of Ohio. Lou, in all genuine honesty, are you worried or concerned for Georgia on Saturday at all? I'm not any more worried about Georgia game on Saturday than I am about any other Georgia game ever. I mean, I'm always a little bit nervous heading into any game. I'm not any more nervous than that, though. Tennessee man says, I did a podcast. Lou and all, I'm the nicest asshole you'll ever meet. Shut the fuck up. Team asshole, best apparel I've ever seen. How you doing? How you doing? Keep it moving. He wouldn't say that before 2021, though. Saban wants to sit on the lake, says Greg Brown. Did you watch the Garbage Field Bowl? What was that, the Pinstripe Bowl from earlier? Syracuse and Minnesota? No, I didn't watch it. I did not watch it. Do you want to hear a podcast? No, I don't. I don't. I want to watch Florida State and Oklahoma and talk with y'all in the comments section. Saban is going to coach and then die. Oh, he's going to take the Bear Bryant approach? You know, Georgia killed Bear Bryant. I think everybody knows that. And it's possible that Georgia kills Nick Saban, too, if he coaches long enough. Gator MF says, diehard Gator fan. Billy could only get Mertz as a transfer. Who do you think Florida should have hired instead of Billy Napier? Well, I would have went out after Dave Aranda for sure. 100%. I would have went after Dave Aranda over Billy Napier. Yeah, Georgia killed Bear Bryant. Georgia won the SEC. Georgia won the national title in 1980 and won the SEC 3 years in a row, 80, 81, and 82. Bama was nowhere to be found. Nick Saban gave up, said, that's it. Georgia's done won the SEC 3 times in a row. I've lost it. He quit Alabama in December, and he was dead 30 days later. Georgia won the SEC 3 years in a row, and that killed Bear Bryant. I mean, that's just the timeline. That's just the timeline of what happened. Georgia won the SEC in 80, 81, and 82. Bear Bryant had enough, quit in December of 82 after Georgia won their 3rd consecutive SEC title, and he died 30 days later. That's just the timeline. All I'm doing is laying out the timeline. People can draw their own conclusions. Lou, this whole Dabo to Bama after Saban leaves is illogical. No reason for Dabo to leave Clemson. Yeah, I don't think Dabo's going to Bama. I don't think Dabo doesn't like being questioned at Clemson by ACC reporters. He would melt in a week anywhere in the SEC. I don't think Dabo's going to Bama. Don't matter who we draw. What are you, Bob Ross? Bama will definitely miss the playoffs next year, says Deshaun Williams. There's a lot more questions about Alabama heading into next year than there was heading into this year, so we'll see. I think Lane Kiffin wants that Bama job. Yeah, I think he wants it too. No, Man, you got to be careful betting these bowl games. You just don't know what you're going to get with these mid-tier bowl games, low-tier and mid-tier bowl games. Robert, hope we smack OSU first. Hey Lou, let me tell you a joke. Who was the team that lost to a guy who had 6 touchdowns? Who was the team that lost to a guy who, well, lots of teams lost to guys that had 6 touchdowns. I mean, if you give up 6 touchdowns, you're probably going to lose. That happens a lot. I agree with you, Green Soldier. You just don't know what you're going to get a lot of times in these bowl games over the last 3-4 years. UJ has a good backup at QB. Beck is decent. How do you know he's good, decent, or anything else? You've never seen him play. So how do you know one way or the other? I've seen Jalen Mildew play. He's 100% not any good. That dude's terrible. Even Bama fans know Bama fans don't even want him to start next year. They want Homer Simpson or whatever his name is, Bart Simpson. What's the other quarterback's name? One of the Simpsons. They want them to start. Alabama's backup, we know for a fact, is doo-doo. You don't know one way or the other about UGA's backup. He's never done anything. Ty Simpson, Homer Simpson, Bart Simpson, whatever. Bro, I'm not trying to be rude, but you did this all day yesterday. This I'm going live on Instagram at whatever time routine. You have 16 followers on Instagram, dude. So I promise, man, no one cares that you're gonna go live on Instagram. I don't even think those 16 people that care. But so you don't have to post in here every 10 minutes that you're going live on Instagram at 9 o'clock. I'm not trying to be rude. I didn't say anything, but you did this all day yesterday. And you had us go to your Instagram account and all that. First of all, it's a private account. So even if people go there, they can't watch the damn live because it's a private account with 16 followers. So come on, man. No, don't block him. He's just a kid. Don't block him. Dave E, probably either one of us would sig out on you in the line. Jay, did you just tell somebody you were going to put a cigarette out on them? The hell is going on in this comment section here? Sort Beaver, thank you for the super chat, buddy. He says, Kiffin is a charlatan. Ole Miss is his last Power 5 gig. Wow, is that true? Is that true? That can't be true. Chance, thank you for the super chat. Does it smell like roses, Lou? Are you bragging? Also, this is for your Rolex fund. Enjoy, Lou. I don't need a Rolex fund. I already have one. I already have a Rolex. But thank you, though. I appreciate it. Kiffin is a charlatan. Ole Miss is his last Power 5 gig. Yeah, I don't know about that. No, I'm doing Tommy fries on Saturday for the playoff games. I'm doing a big old steak and some Tommy fries. That's my plan for Saturday. I did tacos today. I ate right before I started this stream, though. So, which means I'm probably going to be hungry again by 8 or 9 o'clock. But I was hungry, so I went ahead and ate right before the stream. Would you rather have Stetson Bennett or Jake Fromm? Stetson Bennett. At least Stetson Bennett can move around. Jake Fromm's got cinder blocks for feet. Duck soup? Yeah, that sounds nasty. Stephen Carr says he's going live in my mom in 10 minutes. Well, my mom died 4 years ago, so yeah, you're into some sick shit, my dude. You're into some sick shit. Hoghead, thank you for the super chat. Greetings from Fort Lauderdale. I plan to do all this wonderful stuff down here, but the trip wore me out so much I have spent the last 2 days doing nothing. Yeah, that's unacceptable, man. You can't take a trip from Tennessee to Miami for the Orange Bowl and then lay around down there for 2 days and not do anything. You can rest and sleep and all that when you get back to Tennessee. Hell, there's nothing else to do there. But while you're in Miami, man, you got to go out and have a good time. What are you doing, hoghead? You need to get a little bit of pepper in your stepper, buddy. You need to get a little bit of pepper in your stepper. Go get you one of these big-ass coffee cups and fill it up. For some reason, I have a feeling Luke Fickell will disappoint at Wisconsin. Yeah, I don't know what reason that might be. Hey, what's up, Brett? Daily reminder. Yeah. Lou, outside of Atlanta, Georgia is basically Tennessee. Yeah, okay. Okay. Right. 50 more hours, Uncle Lou. We got this. Dogs 42, Buckeyes 24, says Sam Town. Thank you for the super chat, Sam. Dylan Gabriel back to throw. Oklahoma with the ball again. 3rd and 19 this time, and he's got to throw it away. Oklahoma will have to punt it away this time. They're still up 7-3 over Florida State. 3:59 to go in the first quarter of this one. Yeah, I think that Fickell comment was fake news, too. I think he's going to do good at Wisconsin. I think he'll do good at Wisconsin. I'm doing good, Joseph. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you in here. Good to see you in here. Here's the punt from Oklahoma. It goes into the end zone for a touchback. So Florida State will have the ball 1st and 10 following that Oklahoma punt. FSU 7, OU 7, Florida State 3. FSU overrated. They're 13th. I don't think that's, they're 9-3. I don't know. I don't think that's overrated. I think that's about right for Florida State. What do you think they should be rated? Bulldog is an insanely inbred animal and the weakest mascot in the SEC. Yeah, that's fake news. UGA is consistently voted as one of the best mascots in all of college football. The fact that you hate Georgia and Uncle Lou doesn't change that fact. Yeah, FSU had a good year. Best year they've had since they made the playoffs in 2014. Up the middle on 2nd and 8, picks up about 4 yards. 3rd and 4 coming up now for Florida State. Y'all leave Slimy Hot Boy alone. I like Slimy Hot Boy. Y'all leave him alone today. 3rd and 4 for Florida State. Jordan Travis in a shotgun. Snap, back to throw. Gets rid of it. Incomplete on an out route. Led the receiver way too much. Never even had a chance. 4th and 4 now for Florida State. They're going to have to kick it away. So both teams went up the field and scored on their first possession. A touchdown for Oklahoma. A field goal for Florida State. But nothing doing on their second possessions. Back-to-back punts now. Is Jack Legg playing quarterback for Florida State? No, that's Jordan Travis. He's way better than Jack Legg. Jack Legg for Florida is absolutely horrendous. Lou Lane said go for it. Lane Kiffin's an idiot. The guy went for it inside his own. Did he? Wasn't it twice? Here comes a nice return from Oklahoma on this punt. Cross midfield to the 49, 48-yard line. Lane Kiffin went, did he go for it twice inside his own 10-yard line? Lane Kiffin, if I was an Ole Miss fan, I would want Lane Kiffin ran out of town on the first thing smoking. I don't like Lane Kiffin I love Lane Kiffin as a personality. He's funny. I like his press conferences. I like the shit he does on Twitter. But I wouldn't want him anywhere near my team. The guy's a lunatic. Going for it on fourth down in the first half inside your own 10-yard line. The guy's just out of his mind. Agent Z, thank you for the super chat. He says, good morning, Lou. Thoughts on how Cincinnati will fare in their first year in the Big 12 without Fickle? I'm waiting on the schedules to come out in the Big 12 before I make any declarations on that because, forever all Big 12 schedules have been equal because everybody plays everybody. Well, that's not going to be the case now because they've got 14 teams and playing 9 conference games. So some teams are going to have harder schedules than others based on who you play in the conference. So I'm waiting until, is it February? I think it's February. The Big 12 is releasing the schedules for next year. But it's hard to do any type of prediction at all involving the Big 12 until we know who the teams are playing. Who's the better coach, Lane Kiffin or Josh Heupel? That's a good question. Probably, I'd probably go Lane Kiffin right now, just because Josh Heupel's only been a head coach for 2 years. One was a disaster, one was good. Lane Kiffin's had a couple of good years. Kiffin or Fickle? I would take Fickle. Dylan Gabriel gets around the edge, takes off running, picks up the first down, and then some. Steps out of bounds at the 21. Oklahoma down in the red zone again. Lou, your goatee is looking glorious. Are you going to grow it out fully? No. If Beck was that good, he'd be playing already. Stetson is no Bryce Young. Yeah, that's true. Stetson's about to have his second national title, and Bryce Young doesn't have any. So I agree with you. Stetson is no Bryce Young. Lane had new coordinator this year and led SEC in rushing. So weird. Yeah, they got a great rushing game. I love those two running backs Ole Miss has, Zach Evans and Judkins. On 2nd and 7, this pass is complete to one of the Stoops boys. Look at that. Boy, Oklahoma just can't get rid of the Stoopses. Bob Stoops quits as head coach, but they still have Mike Stoops as defensive coordinator. Mike Stoops leaves as defensive coordinator. They start recruiting nieces and nephews and shit with the last name Stoops. Slimy, what's up, buddy? They were just talking about you. I told them to leave you alone today. I told them I like you and that they needed to leave you alone today. So hopefully I don't give you too hard of a time in the comments today. Green Soldier, imagine Pruitt going to Ole Miss as defensive coordinator. I don't think anybody's touching Jeremy Pruitt with a 10-foot pole. Not right now. He's going to have to stay gone at least as long as Hugh Freeze stayed gone. If my last name was Stoops, maybe I'd be quarterback, says Mike Cookie. Well, you could definitely play offense for Oklahoma if your last name's Stoops. Or something. You can play something. And if your last name is Swinney, you can play for Clemson. That's how it works at those two places. Did I miss something, or is the scoreboard on TV wrong? Did Oklahoma kick another field goal? I think the TV is wrong. The TV says 10 to 3. Is it 10? It's not 10 to 3. Yeah, the TV is just wrong. The correct score is 7-3. I don't know why it's saying 10-3 on the TV. Why would anybody from a real blue blood hate Georgia? The king doesn't concern himself with peasants. Well, the peasants have overthrown the king. Buddy, I don't know if you've been napping or what your problem is, but the peasants, in your story, the peasants have overthrown the king, sir. Remember when Bryce Young tap danced all over Georgia's so-called best defense in college football history in the SEC championship game? Yeah, I do. I do. I do. That's Bryce Young's biggest win of his career, an SEC title. Whee! That's all he's got, an SEC title. Stetson Bennett's got one of those too, but he's also got a national title and is about to have a second one. But yeah, Bryce Young did win the SEC one time. I remember that. I don't think he won it this year. I don't even think he played in it this year. He wasn't good enough. Just wasn't good enough. Boomer Sooner, says Chicken Man. Chicken Man. Chicken Man. Chicken Man. Do you remember when Bryce Young wet the bed in the rematch with Georgia, though? Burnt orange reminds all humans of puke. Oh, man. Yeah, Bryce Young won a Heisman Trophy and an SEC title. But what he'll be most remembered for is that amazing touchdown pass he threw to Keely Ringo in the fourth quarter of the championship game last year. Uh, oh my God. What a beautiful pass that was. Bryce Young to Keely Ringo. Amazing.
Couldn't come down with it. Hey, Lou, give my buddy Nick a good old go dog. Nick, let's get a go dog. Nick, let's go. Third and 10. Bama on the Georgia 44. Minute 9 to go. Bama trails by 8. Bryce Young back to throw. Good protection again. Deep to the left this time. Oh! Oh my God! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's all over! It's over! Oh my God! Keely Ringo! Pick six! Bryce Doo-Doo Young! Oh my God! Dogs! Doggies! Oh my God! Holy shit! Holy fuck the Xanax! Where's the Tylenol? Oh my God! It's a blowout! It's a blowout! Let me get a 2021! Let me get a 2021 in the chat right fucking now! 2021 in the goddamn chat! 2021 in the fucking chat! 2021 in the goddamn chat! No more 1980, you stupid motherfuckers! Type, type, type! Type, type, type! 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 Type on my fucking nuts! 5-star dummy.
Yeah, shout out to Bryce Young. Shout out to Bryce Young. That was a great throw. Best touchdown pass of his career. Oklahoma scored again while we were reliving Bryce Young's glory days. Oklahoma 14, Florida State 3. Don't forget about the Slob Olympics coming up in March, too. March 3rd through 5th. 2023 Slob Olympics. 3rd annual Slob Olympics, too. Charleston, South Carolina. Isle of Palms, which is basically Charleston. March 3rd through 5th. That's a Friday through Sunday. Come hang out with us. Have a good time. Everyone's invited. Everyone's invited. Yeah, the ACC is terrible this year. This is the worst the ACC's been in a while. I think the ACC is the worst conference in football this year. Yeah, 371. Yeah, y'all make sure you hit the thumbs up. We ought to be able to get to 200 thumbs up. 371 people in here. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. We're going to stream this game here, Oklahoma and Florida State, and then we're going to stream Texas and Washington at 9. So we'll be live streaming until like midnight. So even if you hate me, give me a thumbs up for my endurance. Streamed for 8 hours yesterday, streaming 8 hours today, streaming about 9 hours tomorrow, and then about 9 hours on Saturday. That's a lot of streaming, 4 or 5 days in a row. But I'm a beast. I can handle it. My slob level is 1 million. My slob level is 1 million. I can handle it. 1st and 10 for Florida State. Jordan Travis back to throw. Steps up in the pocket and wants to take off running. Nope, now he gets rid of it. Finds a wide open receiver near midfield. Makes his way into Oklahoma territory. Tackled around the 44, 43-yard line. Nice play for Florida State there. Wide open receiver. No, there's no fee for the Slob Olympics. Even if you don't want to compete, you can just come and hang out. It's usually about half and half. About half the people that come compete in the Slob Olympics, the other half just come to kind of hang out. But we have a great time. Last year it was in Pigeon Forge. The year before that it was in downtown Atlanta. This March, Isle of Palms. We're going to do it on the beach. Third down coming up now for Florida State, trying to keep this drive alive. They're not even in field goal range right now on the 42, 43-yard line. 3rd and long coming up for Florida State. 3rd and 9. They trail 14-3, 13:05 to go in the second quarter. Jordan Travis in a shotgun, 3 wide to the top of the screen. One of them comes in motion. Snapped. They're going to hand it off on 3rd and 9. I don't understand that at all. I don't understand that. Why are you running a give-up play on 3rd and 9 from the Oklahoma 44-yard line? That's just ridiculous. Unless you already planned on going for it on 4th down. That was bad play call there. I don't understand that at all. Yeah, you send it to me, I'll sign it. You send it to me, I'll sign it. 4th and 9 now for Florida State. 3 wide again to the top of the screen. Jordan Travis is in a shotgun. Now it looks like Oklahoma is going to call a timeout. So with 12 minutes and 12 seconds to go in the second quarter, Oklahoma takes their first timeout. They lead Florida State 14-3. And when we come back from the timeout, Florida State will be facing a 4th and 9 from the Oklahoma 43-yard line. 44-yard line. Yeah, I didn't like that call on 3rd and 9. I didn't like that call at all. Trucking with Jeter, thank you for the super chat. He says, that made me smile at the end. 5-star dummy. Yeah.
5-star dummy.
Trucking with Jeter, thank you for the super chat. He says Bryce Young is a 5-star dummy. Damn, that can't be true. Is that true? I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. How does one get out coached by burnt vegetables? By Brent Venables? Oh, he called him burnt vegetables. Burnt vegetables. Hell of a Cheez-It Bowl we got going here. Hell of a Cheez-It Bowl. Shout out to Florida State and Oklahoma. Woke up and found themselves in the Cheez-It Bowl. What remarkable seasons they've had. Just absolutely remarkable seasons. How do you think Brian Kelly will fare long-term in the SEC? I think he'll do fine. I mean, I don't know if he'll win a national title. I mean, that's hard for anybody to do, but I think he'll consistently be a competitive team in the SEC. Whether or not that'll be enough for LSU fans, I don't know, but, you know, I think Brian Kelly's a good coach. I said when he was hired, I mean, look, I love talking shit as much as anybody else, but the reality is the guy was at Notre Dame for a decade and averaged 10.5 wins a year. Now, we all laughed at him because he couldn't win in the postseason, and that's hilarious, but that doesn't mean he's a terrible coach. I mean, the guy won 10, 11 games a year every single year. And in his first year in the SEC, he won the West, and we all know that's not easy to do. So, you know, a lot of people run around. It's so funny. These people run around talking about how the SEC West is the toughest division in football. Brian Kelly comes in and wins it. And what do they say? Well, yeah, the SEC West no good. Well, which is it? Which is it? Now, this was a down year for the SEC West. I'll be the first to admit. I mean, you know, Alabama was not very good, and they're probably the second best team in the West. They lost to LSU and Tennessee. Probably should have lost to Ole Miss. 4th and 9, pass incomplete. Turnover on downs for Florida State. They should have lost to Ole Miss. They should have lost to Texas A&M. They should have lost to Texas. I mean, Alabama could easily have been a 7-5 team. They just weren't very good. Auburn was in the toilet. Texas A&M's one of the worst Power 5 teams in the country. Ole Miss and Mississippi State are 7 and 8 win teams. I mean, this just wasn't a great year for the SEC West. But that doesn't mean Brian Kelly's not a good coach. He still came in and won the division his first year there. I mean, it's not easy to do. That's not easy to do in any division. Kyle Jonas, thank you for the super chat. Good morning, Woo. Will you be streaming during all the games on Saturday, including the K-State-Alabama game, and can I get a Go Dogs? Yeah, Go Dogs in that. I am not streaming the Alabama-Kansas State game. I will be uploading videos during the game, but I'm live streaming at 4 o'clock for TCU in Michigan right here on this YouTube channel, so y'all can come hang out and watch that first playoff game with me. And then at 8 o'clock for Georgia and Ohio State, I'm live streaming that game on the Patreon page. I do one stream a week on Patreon, and this week it's Georgia Ohio State at 8 o'clock on Saturday. So make sure you get signed up on the Patreon page by Saturday if you're not. At 8 o'clock if you want to hang out and watch Georgia humiliate Ohio State with me at 8 o'clock and then ring in the new year. What a great way to ring in the new year with just an absolute beatdown of Ohio State. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Looks like Oklahoma offsides there. False start. Do you think Wisconsin become a national championship contender under Fickle? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think they're immediately the favorite in the Big Ten West just by hiring Fickle. I think they're immediately the favorite in the Big Ten West. I think they got a ways to go talent-wise. I think they have the coaching now to contend for titles. Talent-wise, they're still way behind Ohio State and Michigan. A bomb by Oklahoma. Did he stay in bounds? I think he did. Yeah, referee says, yeah, he had 1 foot down. Wow, 3rd and 15. Look at this catch. Yeah, he got the left foot down. He got the left foot down. Wow, what a play. First and 10, Oklahoma right up the gut. Touchdown Sooners. Damn, this is going to be a blowout. I thought it was going to be a blowout, but I thought it was going to be the other way. I'm telling you, whatever bowl game I pick, take the other team. I cannot pick a bowl game right to save my life this year. Uh-oh, this is going to come back. Holding on the Sooner man. Holding on the Sooner man. Holding on the Sooner man. Trucking with Jeter. Breaking news. Stetson Bennett to stay at Georgia for 10 more years. Well, if he could, he would, wouldn't he? Yeah, if he could, he would. No doubt about it. Next year, Tennessee's going to have a quarterback as old as Stetson Bennett, that Joe Milton. Next year, it'll be Joe Milton's. This is Stetson's 6th year. Next year will be Joe Milton's 6th year for Tennessee. The only difference between Joe Milton and Stetson Bennett is that Stetson Bennett's going to leave college with a conference championship and 2 national championships, and Joe Milton's going to leave college with nothing but a Chick-fil-A bag with a couple of $20 bills in it. Because Tennessee ain't winning shit. Tennessee ain't winning nothing. And by nothing, I mean absolutely nothing. 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 Miles Brown, thank you for the super chat. Sir, he says, with the Christmas season over, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer has announced he is transferring from the North Pole. I would, too. It's too damn cold up there. Too cold up there. Way too cold up there. Yep. Damn, Florida State went from scoring a touchdown, getting that call back, to now looking at a 3rd and 18 from their own 24. Oklahoma did. 3rd and 18 from their own 24. Snap. Now they run a give-up play, and Florida State blew it up. Wow. Oklahoma ran the same give-up play that Florida State ran a few minutes ago. Handoff right up the middle on 3rd and a mile, but Florida State blew it up. It's going to be 4th and like 25 now. 4th and about 25 for Oklahoma. And they're going to have to. Oklahoma's gone from scoring an easy touchdown. That got called back to now kicking a long field goal. Some of your best NFL players were developed at Tennessee. Who? Name them, please. Go ahead, start naming players in the NFL right now that were developed by Tennessee. I can't wait to hear this. I think he missed it. Yeah, he missed the field goal. Florida State catches a series of breaks there. A holding penalty took a touchdown off the board, and then Oklahoma misses a field goal. I mean, Tennessee's only had like 1 player drafted in the last 4 drafts. Total. So I'd love to see this list of players in the NFL you're talking about.
5-star dummy.
The only one I can think of is To'o To'o. He's not in the NFL. He plays for Alabama. What? He's not in the NFL. He plays for Alabama, sir. He left Tennessee 3 years ago. He's played for Alabama the last 2 years. What are you talking about, Toto? You better be trolling. Alvin Kamara? Is he even still in the league? Sources have reported the Uncle Lou is transferring to Gainesville and moving in next door to Billy Nappy Hair. Yeah, you need to check your sources on that, buddy. Somebody's been feeding you some fake news. What's up, RB? I'm good, buddy. Peanut says this game is all about who wants it less. Yeah, no doubt. What's up, Miles? Slimy Hot Boys rap sounds a lot like Tennessee offense. Very gimmicky. Damn. Don't make fun of that man's rap career. Don't make fun of his budding rap career. Els King says 5-star pussy is great. Well, I think the obvious question would be, how do you know? Heath Schuler. Yeah, Heath Schuler. Ay, ay, ay. Lou, who do you think the best wide receiver in the draft is? Jordan Addison, Keyshawn Booty. Anybody from Ohio State? Jackson Smith and the Jigba, I guess it is. I'll take Joe Burrow over Tom Brady all day. Lou, isn't Georgia lucky that Alabama had their best two receivers out for the Natty? No, Bama's lucky that Georgia's best wide receiver didn't play all year and that their starting quarterback got hurt early in the year, and therefore Georgia was forced to play a walk-on QB all year long. So it was really Alabama that got lucky, not Georgia. I like Quentin Johnston. I like some of the other guys better, but I do like Quentin Johnston too. He's the guy from TCU. Tennessee makes it too easy to not like them. Yeah, well, it's mostly their fans. Mostly their fans in that. Yeah. Yeah. Alabama's lucky our starting outside linebacker got arrested for rape in October of last year, too. Extremely lucky. I think this is how this works now. See, Alabama fans think that, well, I'm not going to get into that. Every single team in the country plays their game every single week with injured players who don't play and hurt players who do play. But somehow Alabama fans think it only applies to them. It's weird. It's really weird. Nobody likes to see the people on top crying like Bama. Yeah, especially when they're not on top anymore. 1st and 10 for Florida State. They trail 14-3, but they got a good drive going here. Into the red zone. 2nd down coming up now for Florida State. Lou, what are your thoughts on Todd McShay's comments about Jalen Carter having character issues? I don't have to draft Jalen Carter, so it doesn't affect me at all. And it doesn't surprise me either. I don't. The fact that Todd McShay said it doesn't mean I think it's true or not true. Touchdown, Florida State. I mean, this happens all the time when it comes to the NFL draft. So, it's possible that there's somebody in the Georgia locker room that doesn't like Jalen Carter, and they got that word out. That is possible. It's also possible that some team that wants to draft Jalen Carter at the 5 or the 6 spot put that information out, made it up, and put that information out, hoping that the teams that are drafting 1 through 4 then won't draft Jalen Carter. This kind of stuff goes on in the draft all the time. All the time. So the fact that Todd McShay said it doesn't make me think it's true or not true. I mean, I don't think Todd McShay made it up out of thin air. I do believe that Todd McShay was told that, but the fact that he was told that doesn't make me believe it or not believe it. I don't know. I have no idea. Florida State said, fuck it. They went for 2, and they converted. So it's now a 3-point game. This has been a big swing in like the last 5 minutes. Oklahoma scored a touchdown that would have made it 21-3. That touchdown gets taken off the board because of a holding penalty. Oklahoma then goes backwards on a couple of plays, kicks a long field goal and misses it. Florida State goes down the field, scores a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. So that's 8 points for Florida State and 7 points for Oklahoma that they didn't get. Us a 15-point swing. A 15-point swing in about 5 minutes there. Shout out to Pele. Yeah, shout out to Pele. Let's not forget that. That's very important. What did we learn from Bama this year? They managed to do less with a better recruiting class than Georgia over the last 3 years. Congratulations on your number 1 classes. Yeah, Bama shit the bed this year. This was the best team Bama's ever had. If you don't believe me, go back and look at any comment any Alabama fan made from the minute the national title game ended last January to the minute this season kicked off. This was the best team Alabama's ever had in 2022. Returning Heisman winner at quarterback, the best player in the country on defense in Will Anderson, a loaded defense, a loaded offense, best team they've ever had, and they can't even win their fucking division. What a joke. What a joke. And guess what Bill O'Brien said today? Hey, Bama man. Guess what Bill O'Brien said today? Bama man, did you see what Bill O'Brien told you today? Bama man, report to the comment section right now. What did Bill O'Brien tell you today? Tell me in the comment section what Bill O'Brien told you today. Bill O'Brien looked you dead in your face today, and what did he tell you? Bill O'Brien looked you dead in your face, and you know what he told you? He told you this. Bill O'Brien said, hey, Bama fans, shut the fuck up. You know where he's going to be next year? Tuscaloosa. You bunch of morons. He said he's coming back. He's coming back, dummies. Boy, y'all been 2 years. Fire Bill O'Brien, wiping drool off your chin. Fire Bill O'Brien. Now fire Pete Golding. They're all coming back. They're all coming back. Dummies. Damn, Alabama fans, man.
5-star dummy.
Constantly rebuilding, Alabama. Constantly rebuilding. Jalen Mildew. Can't win shit with Bryce Young, but somehow Jalen Mildew is the answer? Stop it. Stop it right now. You're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself. You didn't win shit with Bryce Young, but somehow Jalen Mildew is going to get it done? No! No! What is wrong with y'all? Jalen Mildew. Y'all are sick. Y'all are sick. I'm serious. Yeah, Bama's the new offseason champs. They've won one title in 5 years, and they talk like there's some kind of dynasty. One title in 5 years, and they act like they got some kind of a dynasty going. Give me a break. Can't even win your division. One title in 5 years, currently can't win your division. Talking about dynasty. Stop. You're embarrassing yourself. I'm for real. Embarrassing yourself. dummies. Bunch of damn dummies. What's today? Thursday? Yeah. Today is Thursday. Already know. Bunch of damn dummies. One title in 5 years and currently can't win their division. We're out of dynasty, Will. Michael Grubbs, thank you for the super chat. He says, let the Ricky Bobbies dream. Yeah, well, soon it won't be a dream. It'll be reality. And they'll be right back at the Talladega 500 every year, like they used to be. Uncle Lou says Michigan owns Ohio State because they won 2 in a row. No, Michigan owns Ohio State because they just beat them. And Michigan owns Ohio State in every way imaginable, don't they? What's the all-time record? They beat them. They beat them 3 weeks ago. They've been in the playoffs 2 years in a row. They've won the Big Ten 2 years in a row. When's the last time Ohio State won the Big Ten? I don't even remember. Oklahoma fumble! I'm pretty sure White Tonto recovered. I'm pretty sure White Tonto got it back. Nope, they say Oklahoma got it. Dang, I thought White Tonto jumped on it. Bill says, good day, Lou. Greetings from Australia. Australia? Well, damn. Hey, send me a didgeridoo, would you? Send me a didgeridoo. And a picture of an Aborigine. I want an autographed picture of an Aborigine and a didgeridoo. Is there any way you can send me that? Any way you can send me that? I want a didgeridoo and an autographed picture of an Aborigine. Dylan Gabriel got sacked on that play. Florida State's defense coming alive now. Yeah, didgeridoo. You can work on that? Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. Third and 20 for Oklahoma. Nope, give up play. Has a lot of room, though. They're going to come up about 4 or 5 yards short. But, hell, they gained, third and 20, they gained 15. Hell, they might go for it now. It's only 4th and 4 in that. They're sending the punt team out. They're sending the punt team out. We'll see what they do, if they actually punt it or not. You got to watch for these fakes and shit in these bowl games and that. Arky 56, hey, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. What are they doing? Oklahoma got so tricky they fooled them own selves. Had to call a timeout. Oh, yeah, thank you, Colby. Colby just posted the PayPal link. If you'd like to help support the live streams, direct donations are what keep these live streams on the air. So, Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal, all the links are in the description of the video. Colby just posted the PayPal link. There's a Cash App link, too. Where is it? Somewhere. Maybe. Also, make sure you're hitting the thumbs up. That's literally the easiest thing you can do. Doesn't take any time, effort, or energy at all. Just hit the thumbs up button. That's a big help, too. If you want to do more, if you want to go above and beyond, Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal, you can attach a note, a question, a comment, even a troll attempt if you're brave enough, and I'll be happy to read it and respond. But per usual, you got to keep in mind that when I respond accordingly. You know what? I might make a shirt that says that. When I respond accordingly. I might make a shirt that says that. It's about chart 30 time on the game clock, says RR. What's the chart say? This is the Cheez-It Bowl chart. Well, let's see. Baked snack crackers made with 100% real cheese. Puffy and airy, melt in your mouth texture, bite-sized. Guess we gotta punt it. The tomahawk chop is the laziest, dumbest, and most annoying thing in college football except for Tennessee fans, says Michael Cross. Man, poor Tennessee fans just can't catch a break, can they? No, they can't. Puffy and airy, like Ohio State. Yeah. Is this a Cheez-It box or an Ohio State box? Puffy and airy. That sounds like Ohio State. That sounds a lot like Ohio State. I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Well, whoopity fucking do, buddy. Whoopity fucking do. TikTok halftime report. What the hell? What? Oh yeah, yesterday the halftime reports were sponsored by TikTok. I'm like, what's going on here? It should be sponsored by LouTube. Lou, you just hate Georgia, says Corbin. Boy, Corbin, nothing gets past you, buddy. You have an amazing grasp of the obvious, don't you? It's remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Did Saban play for a national title in his second year as a head coach at Michigan State? No. He didn't even play for a national title in his second year at Alabama. Never mind Michigan State. He didn't even play for a natty his second year at Bama. What a dummy he was. Looked around and got beat by Florida. Whoa, poverty. Poverty. Poverty alert. Was that the same year he lost to Louisiana Monroe, too? What a deadbeat. Imagine having a head coach that's actually lost to a group of 5 team and trying to convince people he's the greatest coach of all time. I don't think so, buddy. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying what you're selling. Ooh, greatest coach of all time. Oh, yeah, but he lost to Louisiana Monroe. Well, that don't count. Okay. Greatest coach of all time has losses to group of 5 teams. Stop it. Just stop right now. Boy, y'all embarrass yourselves on a daily basis. Embarrass yourself on a daily damn basis, don't you? Yeah, you do. Yep, you do. 2nd and 1 for Florida State. Going deep, wide open too, and also caught at midfield, across midfield, and tackled out of bounds at the Oklahoma 49. Wide receiver was wide open. Oklahoma out here doing Oklahoma things defensively. Yeah, Saban has lost to multiple group of 5 teams while at Bama. It's just, it's poverty on a scale the likes of which we've never seen before, honestly. I don't understand. Saban's got multiple losses to group of 5 teams while at Bama. Never mind what he did at Michigan State and LSU and wherever else he was. Yeah, the GOAT has multiple losses to group of 5 teams at Bama. Yeah, nice try, buddy. No one's buying that. Nice try. Don't let FSU just embarrass y'all. Come on, D, step it up, says Vetch the King. Yep. 2nd and 10 now for Florida State, just across the 50-yard line. They're going to hand it off this time. Nowhere to go. Stumbles forward for a couple of yards. But that's it. 3rd and long coming up now. Don't tell anybody, Dave. Don't tell anybody. Just let them keep getting mad. Third and 8. Jordan Travis in a shotgun. 3 wide at the top, 1 on the bottom. Back to throw. Steps up in the pocket. Oklahoma's going to get to him, and he's sacked. back at his own 47-yard line. It's going to be 4th and really long now. And FSU is going to have to punt it away. Florida State punting away on 4th and 14. Just under 2 minutes to go until halftime. Oklahoma 14, Florida State 11. I'm going to take a little bit of a break at halftime. I'll leave the stream going. But I'm going to do a video at halftime. So I'm going to take about a 10-minute break. What will I do? I'll just put this screen up. I'll put this screen up at halftime with a, let's see, what can we put on there? What can we put on there? Oh, yeah, that. So at halftime, I'll just put this screen up. I'll take about a 10-minute break, and then I'll be back at the start of the third quarter. But it's not halftime yet. Just letting you know. So make sure you come back. I'm not ending the stream. It'll be the same stream. I'm just gonna take about a 10-minute break. 1st and 10 for Oklahoma. Dylan Gabriel in the pocket. Florida State gets to him and sacks him inside the 5. 2nd and long coming up for Oklahoma now. There is a flag down. Is this going to be a face mask? Face mask on Dylan Gabriel, looks like. Yep. Goes against Florida State. Face mask. Did he get the face mask? Oh, they called it, though. 1st and 10, Oklahoma after that penalty all the way up at the 26-yard line now. Handoff. Uh-oh, big run. 45, 50, down to the Florida State 49. Wow. Would have been 2nd and 15 from the 4-yard line. Instead, 1st and 10 in Florida State territory. Another run. More room. To the 40. Gain of 9. It's going to be 2nd and 1. 2nd and 1 now for Oklahoma. And still plenty of time left until halftime. Oklahoma looking to get some more points here. Who are you taking in the Clemson-Tennessee game? That's actually the video I'm about to make at halftime. I'm making a Clemson-Tennessee video at halftime. So I'll tell you when I come back at the start of the third quarter, or you can watch the video that I'm about to make at halftime. Did the Boomer Schooner fall over? I'm sure it did. It constantly does. Every time they wheel that little house on the prairie wagon out on the field, it's some sort of disaster happens. It falls over, or somebody falls out of it, or it leaves a bunch of splinters on the field. Georgia versus TCU in the Natty. You think TCU is going to beat Michigan? Wow. That would be a huge shock if that happened, wouldn't it? 2nd and 1. Oklahoma keeps it on the ground, and they pick up the first down and then some down to the 32-yard line. 1 minute and 11 seconds to go. No timeouts for Oklahoma, but there's still plenty of time. Another handoff. Not much room that time. Gained about 2 yards. 2nd and 8 coming up now for Oklahoma. Under a minute to go, and the clock is ticking. Oklahoma can't stop the clock, so they need to hurry up to the line here. 53, 52, 51, 50. Gabriel in a shotgun here. Snap. Quarterback draw. Florida State was ready. They lost 2 yards. It's going to be 3rd and about 10 coming up for Oklahoma. And again, they don't have any timeouts to stop the clock. And they still need about 7 or 8 yards just to get into field goal range. They keep it on the ground. And he picks up the first down and then steps out of bounds to stop the clock with 19 seconds to go. First down, Oklahoma. Up around the, 20 or 25-yard line? No, they did not pick up the first down. They did not pick up the first down. So it's 4th and 1, and they're going to attempt a field goal here with 19 seconds to go. South Carolina man, thank you for the super chat. He says, get yourself something good for the playoffs. Go Gamecocks and beat the Sucknuts. Couldn't imagine losing to them. Yeah, good luck against Notre Dame. I'll be live streaming that one tomorrow at 3:30. Kick is up, and it is good. Oklahoma extends their lead 17-11. They're now up 6 points, 15 seconds to go until halftime. Another reminder that I will be taking about a 10-minute break during halftime of this game. I'm not going to end the stream. I'm just going to put this screen up for about 10 minutes, take me a little break, and then I will be back by the start of the 3rd quarter. 15 seconds to go until halftime. Oklahoma 17, Florida State 11 after that Sooner field goal. Ray D, thank you for the super chat, buddy. That's very generous. He says, Happy New Year, Lou, from California. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Ray. Southern California or Northern California? Southern or Northern? Let's see. I'm going to say southern half of the state. I'm just purely guessing. Purely guessing. I guess it depends. Are you a Southern Cal fan or are you a Stanford fan? Paxton says Georgia will beat TCU by 17 in the Natty. Marcus is not a Gamecocks fan. Squib kick. Florida State returns it out to the 38. God, boy, these teams are so damn dumb. These teams are so damn dumb. Why would you squib kick that? Just kick it out of the back of the end zone for a touchback, and they get it at the 25. You squib kick it. Now they got it at the 40. They only need about 20 or 25 yards now to kick a field goal. I don't understand this. Boy, what a dumbass move that was, squib kicking it there. Brent Venables might not know what he's doing. 13 seconds to go. Florida State's got all 3 timeouts. They need about 25 yards to get into field goal range. Let's see if they can pull it off. Jordan Travis in a shotgun. Back to throw. Steps up in the pocket. Takes off running. Picks up the first down and then some, and they're already in field goal range. 4 seconds to go. He runs it down to around the 31, 32-yard line. No, 36-yard line. I'm sorry. 36-yard line. Florida State's got to call a timeout here. Well, he stepped out of bounds. You don't have to. But here comes the field goal unit. That's why do you squib kick it there? You fucking moron. Just dumb shit. There's more great open field tackling by the Fighting Brent Venables there on that play. So here comes a field goal attempt for Florida State. It's a long one. Kick is up. Short. A few yards short. What was that, like a 55-yard attempt? Would have been good from 50, but it came up a few yards short. And that's halftime. Oklahoma 17, Florida State 11. All right, everybody, I will be back in about 10 minutes. I'll be back by the start of the third quarter. I'm going to take about a 10-minute break. I'm going to upload a video real quick, and then I will be right back. All right, I got the video made. Just give me a couple of minutes to get it uploaded, and then I'll be right back. All right, getting ready to kick off for the second half here. How's everybody doing? Did you miss me? Good. Good, good, good. Uncle Lou is back. Uncle Lou is back. A touchback on the kickoff. Second half underway. Oklahoma 17, Florida State 11. Close game so far. We'll see what happens in the second half. Got Texas and Washington coming up at 9. So we're going to live stream, as long as that game's worth watching, we're going to live stream till 12 or 1 o'clock, however long it takes for that Texas-Washington game, unless for some reason it's just a ridiculous blowout. Tennessee man says Tennessee is the best team in the country.
5-star dummy. 5-star dummy. 5-star dummy.
Damn, 15-star dummy, you say? Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot. Oklahoma looking at a third down here, their first possession of the second half. They have a 6-point lead, 17-11 over Florida State. 14-10 to go into third quarter. This is the first possession of the second half. Oklahoma has the ball on their own 29. Dylan Gabriel back to throw, being chased, backpedaling, gets rid of it complete, and picks up the first down and all the way up close to midfield. Play looked like it was going to be a disaster. Dylan Gabriel was being chased. He was backpedaling 10, 15 yards behind the line of scrimmage, throws the ball off his back foot, but the receiver makes the catch, turns upfield, and gets close to midfield. There is a flag. Oh, no, ineligible player downfield on the Sooners. That's going to negate that play. Oh, well. Sorry, Sooner man. You tried. You tried and you failed. Third and 11 now for Oklahoma. Third and 11 from their own 24. Gabriel shotgun. He's going to hand it off this time. Big gain right at the first down marker and probably got it. Oh, it looks like they're marking him short. Wow. No contain on the edge. What is number 5 doing? Number 5, what are you doing, dude? Number 5 for Florida State, doo-doo confirmed. 4th and 1. I don't know about that spot either. It looked like he got the first down. The chart says go for it, and they go for it and get it. Needed a yard, got 2. All right, how's everybody doing? Y'all ready for the second half? Everybody all set? Everybody go get you a snack, something to drink, whatever you needed. Ready for the second half now? I got my video recorded and uploaded, so I'm good to go. I might do another video later. I might do another video between this game and the Texas and Washington game. Or then I might do another game, another video at halftime at Texas and Washington. I don't know. Billy Boy, what's up, buddy? He said, in case you missed it, Lou, we were informed that Ohio State's D is as good as Georgia's D, and UJ only has one good player, Bowers, and UJ ain't played nobody. Boy. Damn. So in other words, there's a bunch of people in here that don't know shit about football. Okay? That makes sense, I guess. That makes sense, I guess. Yeah, there must have been a bunch of 5-star dummies in here saying all that. That's silly. What's up, David? I'm good. How are you, buddy? Second and 9. Another handoff. Florida State was ready that time. Slung down in the backfield for a loss of about 4 yards. It's going to be third and about 13 now coming up for Oklahoma. Lou, didn't you say you grew up watching FSU or Miami Dynasty? Well, I started watching college football in the late 80s. That was right around the time Miami and Florida State first started getting good. Third and 12 for Oklahoma on their own 43-yard line. Gabriel back to throw in the pocket. Throws over the middle. Almost intercepted off the defender's hands and falls incomplete. Fourth and 12 for Oklahoma, and they're likely going to have to punt it away now. No going for it this time. Charts must say punt it here. Brent Venable's chart says punt this away. Is the ACC a big five-star dummy conference, Lou? Well, it's the worst conference in the Power Five this year, yeah, for sure. It's the worst conference in the Power Five this year. You're 15? Well, I was off by 2 years. I was off by 2 years on the whole guess your age deal. Florida State fair catches the punt at the 5-yard line. Thank you, UJ, Sir UJ. Thank you, sir. Good to see you in here. Lou, will you play NCAA 24 when it comes out? Well, there's not going to be any such thing as NCAA 24. It's not coming out until summer of 24. So it's going to be NCAA 25. That's the way it works. It's going to be NCAA 25. Comes out in 24. It got pushed back. It's not coming out in the summer of 23. They pushed it back a year. They went ahead and pushed it back a year. Speaking of pushed back, I need to scoot back. I can't see the TV from that close. How's that? That should be just fine. That should be just fine. But what did you ask? Will I play it? Of course I'll play it. Of course I will. I'll have it the day it comes out. I'll have it the minute it comes out. I'll have it pre-downloaded, and I'll be ready to play it the second you can play it. Mayhem Matthews says, you said you'd watch USFL if they went into a second season. Your thoughts now? Yeah, not watching it. Uncle Lou, I am a 5-star dummy. Yeah, you are. I agree with you. That's probably the first smart thing you've ever said. Mayhem Matthews, send me an email and tell me which 2 shirts you got. Because if you got 2, that means probably somebody didn't get one. So email me and tell me which 2 shirts you got. My email is in the description of the video. Tell me which 2 shirts you got and which sizes they were. And which one was the wrong one. Uncle Lou been watching football before I was born and still looking like he's in his mid-20s. Someone get me that lifestyle. Well, I don't feel like I'm in my mid-20s. That's why I had to drag this stool over here and sit down for a while. All this standing up is getting to me now. All this standing up is starting to get to me in that. Buckeyes suck 79. Thank you for the super chat. He says, don't pull we won last year. I don't care card if y'all L. Okay. He can pass for 35, not mid-20s, says Johnny Bolt. I love the shirt, Lou. It goes good with the hat. Yeah. I got another one, too. Hold on. I'll show you the other one. Here's the other one. Buckeye says, I'm in Miami for the Orange Bowl. Hashtag Go Bucks. Hashtag Jawan Jennings. All right, Matthew. Sounds good, buddy. Thank you. 2nd and 9 for Florida State. Pass complete. Down inside or across the 20 to the 21-yard line. Good for a first down. 1st and 10, Florida State. They're down 17-11. 9:50 to go in the third quarter. Jordan Travis back to throw, going deep. Has a man caught. Oh, my God, son. How are you on scholarship, but you somehow dropped that? How are you on scholarship, but you dropped that? He would still be running. He'd still be running if he caught that. Wide open, 50 yards downfield, and it goes right through his hands. Unreal. How do you drop that? You're on scholarship and you drop that? You should drop your scholarship maybe. 2nd and 10. Jordan Travis back to throw again. Wants to run this time. Takes off, picks up the first down, and then slides. Good for a first down. Moves the chains for FSU. 9.5 minutes to go in the third quarter now. Florida State still trails by 6. Jordan Travis is dangerous when he takes off running. He's shifty. He's made a lot of people miss already in the open field, but this is Oklahoma we're talking about here. So let's not get carried away. Scrambling again, and down he goes. They called it an incomplete pass. Was there even a wide receiver there, or was he throwing it to the lineman? Jordan Travis is limping after he gets up. Second and 10 now for Florida State. Jordan Travis in a shotgun, 4 wide receivers. Snap, throw, hitch pass, caught at the line of scrimmage. Oklahoma was ready for that. No gain on the play. It's going to be 3rd and 10 now for Florida State. Didn't gain anything at all. Ohio State owns everyone? Well, no, that's not true. They're winless against Georgia. They're 2-11 all time against the SEC in the postseason. 2-11 against the SEC all time in the postseason. 5-12 against the SEC all time. They don't own Michigan. I mean, there's a long list of people Ohio State doesn't own. I don't know what you're talking about. Ohio State owns everyone. 3rd and 10. Pass complete for Florida State. Picks up the first down on 3rd and long. Keeps the drive alive. Nice throw by Jordan Travis this time. A crossing route over the middle. Receiver got separation, made a good catch. First down up close to midfield around the, I guess they're at their own 46, 47-yard line. And we have an Oklahoma player that's down, looks injured on the play. Mentally, we own everyone. No. Half the college football laughing at Ohio State fans is not evidence of Ohio State owning everyone, contrary to what you might think. I promise. Raj, don't do that. Don't do that, Raj. That's a 6-star dummy right there, says Jonathan Miller. Who do you think will pick up Spencer Sanders? I have no idea. Florida would be better off getting him than they are Graham. I don't know why Florida went out and got Graham Mertz. I mean, literally any quarterback in the portal would have been better than Graham Mertz. Florida got the worst available quarterback in the portal, Graham Mertz. I don't understand what Florida's doing. Maybe they'll go get Spencer Sanders and change their mind on Mertz. I don't know. Hey, Trey, I'm good, buddy. How you doing? Yeah, Mertz is terrible. Arkansas, man, what's up, buddy? Just wanted to know your thoughts on Pittman deserving one more year at Arkansas. What, you think he only deserves one more year? I don't understand what you're asking. Pittman shouldn't be fired. Why don't you go more UGA games because of YouTube? Yeah, I work every Saturday during the season. Mertz is going to flourish under the tutelage of Jack Leggings. Leggings. Is he though? Is he though? Florida would have been better getting Hudson Mason? Damn. That's really saying something there. That's really saying something there. Agent Z, thank you for hitting the PayPal link tonight to help support the show, man. I really appreciate that. Good luck to the Gamecocks tomorrow. He says good morning in that. Yeah, good morning. And again, thank you for hitting the PayPal link to help support the show. I really do appreciate that. That means a lot. Direct donations are the only thing that keep these live shows on the air, so I really appreciate that. I love marshmallows dipped in chocolate, says RB. You must be an Ohio State fan. They love everything soft, including their team. Soft like marshmallows. Lou, have you ever been to Top Golf out in Atlanta? I'm headed there right now. No, I've never been to Top Golf in Atlanta. We have a Top Golf here. I've never been to one in Atlanta. I actually got a gift card for Christmas to Top Golf, so, and Lou Jr. got one too. So we're gonna go sometime soon, I guess. Buckeye says, do you get the money I donate? You talking about in the super chats? I get half of it. YouTube gets the other half. If you do a super chat, YouTube takes about half. If you do PayPal or Cash App, PayPal and Cash App don't do that. YouTube takes about half. First and 10 for Florida State. Pistol formation on their own 47. 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. Handoff this time. Not much room. Tackled for a gain of 1, maybe 2 yards. But it's going to be second and long for Florida State on their own 48-yard line. I'm sure you've already said, but who did you end up picking in the Texas versus Washington game? I went with Washington in that one, which means Texas is probably going to win because I picked Washington. RB says you get all donation money on Twitch, but it's hard to get audience to move over there. Well, I mean, it depends how they donate on Twitch. It depends how they donate on Twitch. Twitch takes 50%. Now, if you're using some kind of a third party to donate, then it depends. Then it's whatever the third party takes. But anything that someone on Twitch makes from Twitch takes 50%, according to Twitch. I don't know what I don't stream on Twitch, so I don't know what their donation system is or how it works or anything about Twitch at all. But Twitch takes 50% of the revenue they generate from each streamer. But I'm sure there's third-party ways you can donate, like PayPal, Cash App, whatever, Streamlabs, whatever. It just depends what the person uses. How is Clemson a 6-point favorite and UT has a 57% chance to win? Because Vegas and FPI aren't the same thing. You know, when you say Tennessee has a 50% chance to win, I don't know what you're looking at. Probably ESPN's FPI index or something, but Vegas doesn't set their lines based off of ESPN's FPI index. Believe it or not. Believe it or not, Vegas sets their own line. UGA fan, thank you for the super chat. He says, "Go Dogs, Lou." Yeah, go Dogs. Go Dogs. No scoring in the second half so far. Still 17-11. Oklahoma on top. About 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Hey, what's up, Logan? Thank you for the super chat, sir. He says, "Good morning, Uncle Lou. Your content is masterful. I'm going to be in Jacksonville for the Gator Bowl. Hopefully we can get the win." Yeah, good luck. I'm an SEC homer. I'd love to see South Carolina win, and I've got good news for you. I picked Notre Dame to win that game, and based on this year's track record that I have in bowl games, that means South Carolina is most likely going to win. I've gotten almost every single bowl game wrong. But I did pick Notre Dame in that one. 1st and 10. Inside the 20. Florida State hands it off. Picks up 3 or 4 yards. That's it. It's going to be second and about 6 or 7 now coming up for Florida State in the red zone. Touchdown would give them the lead. Field goal would cut it to 3. Lou, was it surreal for you to have the band members come up to you and recognize you? Man, that's one of the coolest things that's ever happened to me. I was eating that. I loved that. That was really cool. Wide open at the 10, inside the 5, down to the 1-yard line. That is a big dude. M. Douglas, that's a grown man. What is that, a tight end? Look at this. Look at the size of this guy. He looks like a tree trunk. Wow. Favorite QB we've had since the college football era started? When you say we, what are you talking about? My favorite Georgia QB? I don't know what you're at. I don't really know what you're asking me who my favorite quarterback is since 2014 for a certain team or just in general? I've only gotten 7 bowl games wrong so far, says South Carolina man. Well, that's pretty good. I've gotten way more than that wrong, I'm sure. Who's the greatest football team of all time? College? 1995 Nebraska. Touchdown, Florida State. Wildcat, direct snap to the running back. Florida State's going to take the lead after this extra point. Good-looking drive by Florida State there. First points of the second half for either team. Ties it up at 17. The extra point will give Florida State the lead. To quote another one of my favorite YouTubers, Scooter Magruder, Tim Douglas is a grown man. Is that who that is, that tight end for Florida State? Yeah, that was a big old dude. The extra point is up and good. Florida State now leads Oklahoma 18-17. What about the 2000s? USC 1995 Nebraska was better? I can't tell if you're asking a question, making a statement. I can't tell what you're trying to do there. 2020 Alabama is up there. No, it's not. No COVID team is going anywhere on my greatest teams of all time list. Played no non-con games. It was just a weird year all the way around. I'm not putting anybody from 2020 on my greatest anything list. Some people don't know English. Yeah, well, some is an understatement. UJ doesn't have the speed to compete with Ohio State. Bro, you got to come up with something else, man. You got to come up with something else. That's by far the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. That is by far.
5-star dummy.
That is by far the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. Keely Ringo is faster than anybody on your team, period. He's faster than anyone on your team. What a dumbass comment that was. Just say Ohio State's going to win. Don't make up some fake-ass, ridiculous reason why. UGA's not fast enough on the outside? What are you talking about? There's no way you watch football. There's no way you watch football. Can you make a 10-star dummy graphic? I might have to. UJ doesn't have the speed on the outside. Let's see. Marvin Harrison runs a 4.640. We got linebackers that run faster than that, dude. Marvin Harrison runs a 4.640. Marvin Harrison runs a 4.640. Wow. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see something. Remember Jordan Davis, who weighed 400 pounds? He ran a 4.7. Oh, my God. Smile Munden, our inside linebacker, Smile Munden, runs a 4.4. 4.440. Oh, I know you want to see Keely Ringo. Okay, Keely Ringo 40 times. I'm sure Marvin Harrison's 4.6 is way faster than Keely Ringo. Nope, Keely Ringo runs a 4.3540. 4.35. Marvin Harrison would be the slowest person on Georgia's team. Marvin Harrison would be the slowest person on Georgia's team. Boy, that guy's a fucking moron, that guy. Whoever typed that comment. Jesus Christ. Who Velcros your shoes in the morning? I need to know. I'm seriously asking, who Velcros your shoes for you in the morning? What made that comment? Brian, thank you for the super chat. Ohio State receivers get no separation against man. I don't know. I think Ohio State's receivers are amazing. I think they're great. It would be completely ridiculous for somebody to come on here and saying Georgia doesn't have the speed on the outside to compete with Ohio State would be just as dumb as me saying C.J. Stroud can't complete a pass. That's basically the equivalent of that. I mean, you people are fucking idiots here. Keely Ringo is going to be a first-round draft pick. So is Marvin Harrison. It's good on good. Marvin Harrison's going to win some of those battles, and Keely Ringo's going to win some of those battles. But to come on here and say that Georgia doesn't have the speed to compete with Ohio State, you're a fucking moron. You're a fucking moron. C.J. Stroud runs like his feet are stuck in the mud. CJ... CJ Stroud runs a 4.75. How many times are we going to see these teams run the ball on 3rd and a mile? Harrison is 70% of their production. Harrison might be the best wide receiver in football. Marvin Harrison is an absolute beast. But to come on here and say that Georgia doesn't have the speed to compete with Ohio State is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Georgia is faster than Ohio State across the board. C.J. Stroud runs a 4.75 40. Our defensive linemen are faster than that. I mean, so I'm not saying that to say that means Georgia's going to win. I'm saying that to say that the idiot that said Georgia doesn't have the speed to compete with Ohio State is dumber than a drawer full of dead batteries. That's just the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. I'm assuming the guy's tongue was stuck to a window when he typed that. I mean, that's just absolutely ridiculous. Let me guess. Ohio State's more physical than Georgia, too? Ohio State's more physical than Georgia. Okay. Okie dokie. Georgia should bow down to the Ohio State. Yeah, well. Yeah, but Arian Smith doesn't have to cover Ohio State's receivers. Keely Ringo does. Doesn't matter how fast Arian Smith is when it comes to covering Ohio State's receivers. Arian Smith is a receiver. College is not indicative of pro success. Look at Pat Mahomes and Vince Young. Pat Mahomes did good in college, didn't he? I thought he did good in college. Yeah, he threw for 5,000 yards in one season. What are you talking about? He was amazing. What do y'all just type stuff out? Where is that? Shadowbeard. College is not indicative of pro success. Look at Pat Mahomes. Pat Mahomes was amazing in college. I mean, I agree that being good in college doesn't make you good in the NFL, but Pat Mahomes is not a good example to use. Patrick Mahomes was amazing in college. Look at Texas Tech record. Well, yeah, a team's record definitely doesn't matter to the NFL. The NFL doesn't give a shit whether the team you're on goes 12-0 or 0-12. That's 100% true. That's absolutely correct. The NFL doesn't care what your record was in college. Second and 9. Going deep. Florida State. Man open. Caught. No. Dropped. Caught it and dropped it as he was going to the ground. Would have been all the way down inside the 22. It was a nice throw. A nice throw. Man, you got to catch that. You got to catch that. Actually, a pretty good play by the defender there to strip that thing away. Pretty good play by the defender there to strip that thing away. 3rd and 9 now for Florida State. They're up by 1. They're up by 1. 3rd and 9 on their own 37-yard line. 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Jordan Travis back to throw. Gets rid of it over the middle. Caught. Leaping catch on the in route. Gains almost 20 yards. First down, Florida State keeps the drive alive. Ohio State hasn't beaten Michigan since 2019. Man, that's sad. Is that true? Wow. That's pitiful. That's pitiful. Georgia has more wins against Michigan in the last 3 years than Ohio State does. Pitiful. That's pitiful. That's pitiful. God dang. Oh, man. That's sad. Yeah, Hype and 8 video tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, ain't it? Yeah. I'm losing track of the days of the week here with these holidays. But yeah, there will be a Hype and Hate video. Second and 10, Florida State keeps it on the ground, picks up 6 or 7 yards. 3rd and short coming up for Florida State. Ohio State got lucky against Michigan, to be honest. Imagine Blake Corum would have been 100%. Yeah. Well, Michigan was just way better that day than Ohio State. That's all it was. They were way more physical. They controlled the lines of scrimmage. They pushed Ohio State around like the softies that they are. And Michigan just went ahead and dominated them for the second year in a row. So, it is what it is. It is what it is. Swaggy Man. What's up, Swaggy Man? Thank you for hitting the PayPal link today. He says, good morning, Lou. It's 6:47, and Oklahoma still sucks. Yeah, they suck, and now they're also losing. So they've sucked all day, but now they're actually losing, too, in addition to that as well. Intercepted, though. Oklahoma still sucks, but they just intercepted Florida State. Kills what was a promising drive there for Florida State. Ends in a Sooner turn, an interception by the Sooners. Interception by the Sooners. What happened here? Show me this play again now. Show me this play again. Yeah, good coverage. Probably shouldn't have made the throw either. Jordan Travis, the quarterback for Florida State, probably shouldn't have made that throw. Probably shouldn't have made that throw. Swaggy, man, thank you for hitting the PayPal link to help support the show today, buddy. I really do appreciate that. Huffer Billy Paul, thank you for the super chat. He says, Ohio State man needs a box of tampons, I think that's supposed to be, and Vaseline for this Saturday. Yeah, Clemson and Ohio State fans don't get along because they've played so many times recently. Tulane only wins if USC decides not to participate. Is that how it works? Is that how it works? Lou just showing again that all he does is read stats and then talk shit. Ohio State lines of scrimmage were much better than Michigan's that day. Yeah. Yeah. You got 300 yards rushing. Yeah. You have 300 yards rushing. Every time you lose, but you don't have a problem. You don't have a line of scrimmage problem. Yeah. The last 3 games that you've lost, you've given up 900 yards rushing. But it doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. First half of the game against Michigan, you were allowing less than 2 yards per carry. That's good. And you were winning. Second half of the game, you let Michigan run all over you and push you around, and you lost. But it doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything at all. Doesn't mean anything at all. Keely Ringo's given up 0 touchdowns this year, RB, man. 0. Ohio State gave up more touchdowns of 50 yards or more against Michigan than Keely Ringo has given up in his entire career. Entire career. That's sad. You gave up more touchdowns of 50 yards or more than Keely Ringo has given up any touchdowns at all total in his career. How's that possible? How's that possible? I know how it's possible. Guess what Georgia did to Michigan last year? Pushed them around. Michigan pushes you around, and then we push Michigan around. That's how far away Ohio State is from mattering right now. That's how far you are away from mattering. You get pushed around by Michigan, and then Michigan gets pushed around by Georgia. That's how far away you are. Soft as fuck. You should create an Ohio State character. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to act dumb enough to pull it off. I'd be worried I wouldn't be able to act dumb enough to pull it off. Travis, thank you for the Cash App. He says, you know you can attach a note. Oh, wait a minute. I see what you did. I see what you did. Does it hurt more when you lose after a month of trash talking? No, it hurts the same amount. Whether it's a month or a week or like, first game of the season, there's 8 months of trash talking for that, but it hurts the same either way. It hurts the same either way. The amount of time you spend trash talking doesn't have anything to do with how bad it feels when you lose, in my opinion. Keep doubting us like everyone else did in 2014. What does 2014 have to do with anything? Why do you keep going back to 2014? You know you've been in the playoffs twice since then, right?
You know, you've been in the playoffs since 2014. I don't know why you keep going back to 2014. You know, you were in the playoffs in 2015, remember? You got beat 31-0. And you also were in the playoffs in 2020 and you got blown out then too. So, but yeah, like 4 times ago when you were in the playoffs, yeah, you did good. You did good like 4 times ago when you were in the playoffs. But the last 2 or 3 times, no, blown out. Blown out. But 2014, though. A bunch of dummies. Bunch of dummies. Oh, boy. Into the fourth quarter now, 14 and a half minutes to go. Florida State holding on to this 1-point lead, 18-17. Oklahoma with the ball, 2nd and 6 in Florida State territory, and picks up a first down to the 27-yard line before they go out of bounds. 1st and 10, Oklahoma. Ohio State versus Michigan 2023 National Championship. You already predicting next year's National Championship game? Wow. Wow. That's alarming. Already predicting next year's National Championship game. Missed an incredible catch. Yeah, this is the 2022 National Championship. OU has a good offense, but defense is softer than Southern Cal and the Ohio State combined. That's pitiful. That's true. Ryan Day is on his home computer as we speak, Googling how to learn to tackle in 48 hours or less. Ohio State has just as much talent as UGA. Yeah, Ohio State and Georgia are very similar in talent, which makes it weird that you got blown out by Michigan. And it's because you're soft. The talent level is not Ohio State's problem. Talent level, quarterback play, wide receivers, none of that is Ohio State's problem. Ohio State's problem is defense and their soft mentality. That's Ohio State's problem. Not quarterback play, not talent, not wide receivers, not recruiting. Ohio State's problem is defense and mentality. They have a soft mentality, and they're not very good defensively against physical teams. I am picking Georgia. Clay Tyler, thank you for the super chat, sir. He says, Lou, I'm an Ohio State man, but I love all your videos and trash talking. Good luck to all the remaining teams. Go Bucks. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good game. I think Georgia's going to win 10 to 13 points, something like that. But I think it'll be a competitive game into the fourth quarter. Huge run by Oklahoma. Touchdown, untouched. Never even got touched. Oklahoma's going to retake the lead. Oklahoma retakes the lead.
And now they complete the 2-point conversion, which puts them up by 7. So a full touchdown and an extra point lead now for Oklahoma. Could we be headed for another overtime game? We will see. We shall see. Oklahoma might have found him a quarterback. Well, this is the quarterback they had all year, but he got hurt. This guy started the season as the quarterback, Dylan Gabriel. Didn't he play last year, too? Who you talking about? Dylan Gabriel? Not for Oklahoma. He played for, was it South Florida or Central Florida? One of those Florida teams. He transferred to Oklahoma. UCF. Thank you, Chaos. Texas logo looks like a uterus. Oh, it pretty much is. It pretty much is. Peanut brittle? No. Hershey's Kisses. Hershey's Kisses. Els, you're like 11 years old. You're not, so just stop it. Your mom sees you typing like that on the internet, she's going to take your phone away. Lou must be paying these morons? Who? I'm not paying anybody. Yeah. Ohio State did cancel a home and home with Georgia. That's a fact. Smart move, though, honestly. Smart move by Ohio State, if you think about it. Saved them 2 losses there. Saved them 2 losses. What's even funnier about that? They canceled a series in Georgia for 20 and 21. Instead, they went out and scheduled a cupcake to replace Georgia. Who was that cupcake Ohio State went out and scheduled to replace Georgia in 20 and 21? Anybody know? Anybody know? I'll give you a hint. Georgia played them this year. Georgia played them this year. Yep, Oregon. Ohio State backed out of a home-and-home with Georgia. Scheduled a home-and-home with Oregon instead. Didn't play them in 2020 because of COVID. But then in 2021, Oregon came to Columbus and beat the shit out of them and ran for how many yards? 300. Pushed them around because they're soft. That same Oregon team came and played Georgia this year. How'd that work out? Georgia beat them 49-3. Everybody that beats Ohio State gets blown out by Georgia. Oregon and Michigan beat Ohio State. Georgia blows out Oregon and Michigan. Fucking sad, man. If it makes you feel bad, I feel bad for Ohio State. What is Ryan Day's biggest win of his career? I'm serious. What's the biggest win of Ryan Day's career? Something that happened in the COVID year, probably. Is that Ryan Day? Is the biggest win of Ryan Day's career something that happened in the COVID year? What a joke. What a joke. I'm convinced you're paying these dudes to be here to make Ohio State fans look dumb. No, they're just dumb on their own. I promise. When he won the semifinal game in 2020. So the biggest win of Ryan Day's career was a COVID win. Okay. That's good to know. Uh-oh. Florida State gone. Touchdown. We're going to have a tie ball game, but there's still 11 minutes to go. There's a lot of time left in this one, but Florida State's going to tie it up with about a 40-yard touchdown run there. Wow. Wow. I'm going to make y'all watch the video I made at halftime because I want to. Because I'm going to, too. I'm going to make you. Well, I guess technically I'm not making you. You can always click off the video. Admit it. Admit it. Part of you feels bad for the Tennessee fan. Admit it. Now, me? No, not me. No part of me feels bad. But part of you feels bad for the Tennessee fan, don't you? It's halftime of the Florida State-Oklahoma game. The Cheez-It Bowl? Yeah, the Cheez-It Bowl, which I'm live streaming. If you want to come hang out and watch the second half, come on over. Hang out, watch the second half. I'll be live streaming the Texas-Washington game tonight, too. But it's halftime right now, and what is the score? Oklahoma's up 17-11. Anyway, that's not the point of this video. Tennessee versus Clemson in the orangiest Orange Bowl of all time. And, man, Tennessee's getting ready to finish yet another disappointing season. How many is this in a row? 24, 25? You lose count at some point. Another year where Tennessee can't win their division, can't win their conference, can't make a major postseason. They can't make the playoffs or a BCS deal or whatever. They're down in the Orange Bowl, taking on another disappointment, the Clemson Taters. These two teams, Clemson and Tennessee, boy, these two teams are so good. They both lost to South Carolina. Jesus Christ, this is like the Give Me a Hug Bowl, ain't it? What's the Spider-Man meme? I'll put it up in the video right now if I can remember. But you know the Spider-Man meme where there's two Spider-Mans and they're each pointing at each other like this? That's Tennessee and Clemson. You know, the Tennessee Spider-Man, ha ha ha, you lost to South Carolina. And then the Clemson Spider-Man, same thing. Ha ha ha, you lost to South Carolina. Both of them are right. It's hilarious that each of them lost to South Carolina. Yeah, boy, y'all just ain't that good. But Tennessee, man, just getting ready to finish up yet another season where they don't win anything. And it's just been season after season with the same results for them. Clemson, I mean, yeah, they had a great run from 2015-ish to 2019-ish where they won 2 national titles, appeared in the playoffs a bunch of times. I guess they got in the playoffs in 2022 or 2020 as well. Not as what I mean, the year 2020.
But now, second year in a row, not in the playoffs for the Tater Man. I don't know. I mean, obviously, they've had a better stretch here lately during the playoff era than Tennessee has. But as far as this game goes, the Orange Bowl, disappointing again because of the quitters. I hate this. All trolling aside about who, Tennessee or Clemson or whatever. No matter who the team is, I just don't like this. You look at Tennessee. It's one thing that, they lose Hendon Hooker to injury, and that's horrible. No one wants to see that. That's bad enough. But now their top two wide receivers have quit, Cedric Tillman and Jalen Hyatt. They can't even be bothered to play in this game. This is the biggest postseason game Tennessee has played in over 20 years. 20 years since Tennessee has even played in a game of this magnitude. And Jalen Hyatt and Cedric Tillman can't be bothered. It's a shame. Clemson's got a few quitters of their own. They're over on the offensive side, or the defensive side of the ball. So it's weird. You think about Tennessee, you would consider them to be an offensive team. That's where the quitters are for the bowl game. Clemson, you consider them to be a defensive team. That's where their quitters are. Also a little strange in that both teams are playing backup quarterbacks in this game, who have each started one game this year, right? Joe Milton started the Vandy game because Hendon Hooker got hurt and played well. Cade Klubnik started the ACC title game because DJ Ukulele was hot doo-doo for 2 years in a row, and it just took Dabo Swinney that long to figure it out because, well, he ain't all that bright. I don't understand. You would have think God or Jesus would have come down to Dabo Swinney at some point over the last 2 seasons and tapped him on the shoulder and told him, hey, Dabo, DJ Ukulele not that good. You would think God or Jesus would do that. I mean, Dabo and God and Jesus or whatever, I mean, they're like this. I mean, they're peas in a pod. They're birds of a feather. You would think if you had a friend that good, they'd come down there and let you know, because God knew. God had to know. But for whatever reason, he didn't tell Dabo, and Dabo didn't figure it out until it was too late. So Cade Klubnik started the ACC title game and played well, and they won. So interesting in that both of these teams are playing backup quarterbacks that each have the one start this year, and they both played well. I think this will be a good game. It's just hard for me to pick Tennessee to win. I generally lean towards a defensive team over an offensive team anyway. Maybe part of the reason why is because I'm a Georgia fan, and that's just kind of been the kind of team Georgia has been for the majority of my lifetime. They favor defense over offense, and it's worked out for them lately. Have you been paying attention to college football at all? It's worked out pretty good for my dogs there, taking that defensive approach, hasn't it? Yeah, it has. And it's continuing to work out, too. Georgia's not playing in the Orange Bowl because they're in the playoffs. Clemson, you know what the playoffs is. They used to make it almost every year. Tennessee, man, you have no idea what the playoffs is. You might find out Tennessee might find out what the playoffs are once they expand to 12. Maybe. We'll see. But Tennessee's never making a 14 playoff, ever. You write that down. Write it down. What were we talking about? God hates Dabo Swinney because he didn't tell him how bad DJ Ukulele was. But anyway, I do think this will be a good game. I just can't pick Tennessee to win. I'm leaning defense here. I think Clemson's a much better team offensively with Cade Klubnik. Plus, I think because of the opt-outs and the injuries that Tennessee has offensively, Clemson actually has the best offensive player in this game, and his name is Will Shipley, their running back. Now, Tennessee's got a couple of good running backs, too. And Clemson's defense, as hyped up as it was in the offseason, didn't really live up to expectations. Now, they played well, and they played great at times. They also got exposed at times. You look at the Wake Forest game, Sam Hartman threw, I think, 6 or 7 touchdown passes against them. Say what you want about Joe Milton, and yeah, I know Cedric Tillman and Jalen Hyatt aren't playing, but that Josh Heupel offense, if Clemson's not ready, that Josh Heupel offense could jump on them and put up some points. We'll see. But I am going to take Clemson to win the game. I hope it's a good game more than anything else. I, of course, will be watching it, and I'm going to be live streaming it. This game comes on Friday around 8. I'll be live streaming it for sure. So if you're going to be watching the orangiest Orange Bowl of all time, the Taters versus the Tards, then you can come hang out on the channel tomorrow night. That game's at, I believe, 8 o'clock tomorrow. The Orange Bowl, Friday night. Tennessee versus Clemson. Again, reminder, it's halftime right now, Florida State and Oklahoma. And I'm live streaming that game, so come hang out and watch. I'm also live streaming Texas and Washington tonight at 9 o'clock, so we'll be on till 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, Tater Man, Baltard Man, have a shitty day.
Yeah. And that, and 2. Fumble in the game, but they're reviewing it. Those of y'all that have been watching, there was a fumble. Let's see what they say. Fumble recovered by the defense. Call confirmed. So Oklahoma turns the ball over with 9 minutes and 41 seconds to go, all tied up at 25 apiece. Oh, let me put the thing back on. Sorry about that. There you go. There you go. First and 10 for Florida State now on their own 32. Jordan Travis back to throw. Under pressure. Gets rid of it. Has room across the 40. Midfield. 40 down to the 36-yard line. Huge play by Florida State on first and 10. A nice little screen pass set up there by the Noles. Caught Oklahoma sleeping. Florida State hurries back to the line. First and 10 on the 35-yard line. Travis in the shotgun again. Throws quick. Hitch pass. Picks up 3 or 4 yards to the 31. It's going to be second and about 6 now for Florida State. Yep, that vaunted Brent Venables defense. Yeah, nothing screams defense like an Oklahoma helmet, does it? Second, and they're going to call it 7. Pistol formation for Florida State this time. Snap. Handoff. Looking for room. Doesn't have much. Gained about 3 yards. It's going to be third and about 4 coming up now for Florida State. All tied up 25 apiece. 8.5 minutes to go in the game now. He's probably a little short here on this, on picking up this first down. Yeah, it's going to be 4th down. Coming up on 8 minutes to go, 4th and less than a yard. Looks like they're sending the field goal kicker out. No, they're not. They're going to go for it. Snap, throw. Oh, that was a first down. They did give it to him. I thought it was 4th down. It wasn't. They gave it to him. That was first down. Picks up about 8 yards. Second and short coming up. 7.5 minutes to go now, all tied up at 25. Touchdown by that big boy. That big tight end. Boy, I like him. Who can tell me about him? Is he coming back next year too for Florida State? I like that guy. That Douglas for Florida State? I like him. He's had a couple of big catches today. I really like him. Yeah, I know y'all got Jaheim Bell from South Carolina. I really like him too. He's tight end. He's really good. The one y'all got from South Carolina. But I don't know about this Douglas. Is he coming back? Is he going pro? Is he graduating? What's his deal? No, I don't sell team asshole hats. I give them away to the people on the highest Patreon tier. In fact, I just sent them out a couple of weeks ago. for this year. Oh, yeah, that's fake news. Cameras were not found at practice. That's fake news. Quit being tricked by Twitter. That's fake news. You're being tricked by troll accounts on Twitter. Robert says Alabama's going to lose on Saturday. Yeah, they play Texas Tech in the Sugar Bowl at noon. Texas Tech in the Sugar Bowl at noon. Yeah, getting the built-in excuse ready, ain't they? Yeah, Bama plays Kansas State. No, cameras were not found. A troll account on Twitter put that out. And then deleted it. Good game between Oklahoma and FSU. Yeah, hell of a game. Hell of a game. Still 7.5 minutes to go, too. So, we're not done with the scoring. And we got Texas and Washington coming up at 9. So, it's probably going to start before this game ends. I'll have to put Texas and Washington on the second TV. And then when this game ends, I'll switch Texas and Washington to the big TV. Jermaine Burton is a trash wide receiver. Yeah, that's fake news. Jermaine Burton's pretty good. Rumor has it if you buy any Bama or Ohio State merch, it comes with excuse list already inside. At least Bama waits till after they lose to start making up excuses. Ohio State does it 3 days before the game's played. I used to stay in Washington State. Does that mean you used to live there? I've always wondered about that because, like, when I go on vacation somewhere, I'll be like, yeah, I went to Myrtle Beach. I stayed at a condo, and then when I was done staying there, I came back home. But I live where I live. So when you say you used to stay in Washington State, do you mean like you took a vacation and you stayed somewhere there? Or are you using stay like how some people would say lived? Why did I get banned? You're not banned or else no one would see your comments. SEC schools need a dome because it's too cold. What? Oklahoma 3rd and 1, and it looks like Dylan Gabriel just barely picked up the first down. Keeps the drive alive. 6.5 minutes to go now. Gabriel dancing around in the pocket. Now he takes off running, has a lot of room across midfield. Slides at the Florida State 40. Huge gain on the ground by Dylan Gabriel that time. 1st and 10 Sooners. 6 minutes to go. They would never play a playoff game at Lambeau or Soldier Field. Well, first of all, those are NFL fields. So Those are NFL fields. That's number one. Number two, lots of playoff games have been played at Soldier Field and Lambeau Field in the NFL. Number three, when the playoffs expand in 2 years, we're going to have home playoff games, and there will be playoff games in Columbus, Ohio, in Ann Arbor, Michigan, at Penn State, whatever. And then Southern teams will come up to Columbus, Ohio, Ann Arbor, Michigan, Penn State, and they will beat the fuck out of you in 20-degree weather. And 40 years of we would have won except it was cold, 40 years of your excuses will be down the drain, because that's what's going to happen. I mean, that's what's going to happen. Penn State or Ohio State or Michigan or somebody's going to end up ranked 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th in the final playoff poll. They're going to host a playoff game against an 11th ranked Tennessee or whoever it happens to be. And the Southern team is going to go up north in the middle of December, and they're going to beat the absolute fuck out of some overrated Big Ten team. And 40 years worth of Ohio State and Big Ten crying is going to be down the drain. That's exactly what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. So, per usual, your comment made no sense at all. And completely went ahead and backfired on you there. Quackhead, thank you for the super chat. He says, number 85 for Florida State, Douglas, 6'5", 273, sophomore. Only 10 catches on the season. Well, I guess this must be the best game of his career then. But I really like what I've seen from him. Dylan Gabriel throws. Oh, nearly intercepted in the end zone. Falls incomplete. 2nd and 10. 4 minutes and 17 seconds to go. Florida State up 7. Oklahoma trying to tie it up here late in the fourth quarter. Gator MF, thank you for the super chat. As a Southerner, Sugar Bowl at noon. Sacrilegious. Yep. Probably be one of the least watched Sugar Bowls in a long time. SEC only has 2 good teams, Uncle Lou. Oh, yeah? Okay. How many good teams does everyone else have? How many good teams are in the Big Ten, the ACC, Pac-12, and Big 12? Big Ten has 3. Why is Tennessee ranked higher than Penn State? Why is Alabama and Tennessee are ranked higher than Penn State? So it seems to me like the SEC has 4 teams ranked higher than the Big Ten's 3rd best team. Can you explain that? Touchdown, Oklahoma, untouched on the ground. Touchdown, tie it up. Well, extra point will tie it up. 12-yard touchdown run is about to tie it up here after the extra point with 3.5 minutes to go. Tennessee lost to South Carolina by 40. That's your best win. Well, isn't your best? South Carolina's 8-4. Your best win is against an 8-4 team, isn't it? Notre Dame. We beat Oregon 49-3. They're in the top 15. Best team you played beat the shit out of you. That's what I know. The best team you played beat the absolute shit out of you. Of that, I'm pretty sure. The 2nd best team in the Big Ten got beat at home by 30 points. The 2nd best team in the Big Ten lost a home game by 30. I think the Big Ten's the 2nd best conference. SEC, Big Ten, Pac-12, Big 12, ACC, in that order.
Lincoln Riley responsible for the OU touchdown? No. OSU has a better best win than UGA. Well, no, they don't. No, they don't. Your best win's against Penn State. Tennessee's ranked higher than Penn State. So, I mean, you're just wrong. You do have a better loss than Georgia. I'll give you that. Ohio State's definitely got a better loss than Georgia. You have a better loss than Georgia. I'll give you that. Because Georgia ain't got no losses. Stop tagging me. Every comment you make is dumber than the one before. I don't like reading your comments, so don't tag me in any more of your comments. OU is going to give the SEC a bowl win. Let's just call it what it is. Do I sponsor Coke? I don't think you are asking the question that you think you're asking. Do I sponsor Coke? Here comes the kickoff for Oklahoma after tying things up. 3:37 to go in the game. Florida State's got plenty of time here. Both teams now over 500 yards of offense. Fair catch in the end zone. 1st and 10, Florida State at the 25. LSU Lou Monday, comma, live. I'm going to implement the rule for the rest of today's live stream that if it takes me more than 3 or 4 seconds to figure out what it is you tried to type, I'm just not going to answer whatever it is. This is the last one I'm answering that I have to actually think about what it is the person's trying to say. I think what he's trying to ask me is if I'm live streaming the LSU game on Monday. And the answer is yes, but only because it's on the same time Southern Cal and Tulane is on. On Monday, I'm live streaming at 1 o'clock and at 5 o'clock. Oh, my God, what a catch! Holy shit! Did y'all see that? What a catch! Wow. And then he punched the man in the face. I liked how he punched the man in the face at the end, too. I like that, too. DDP says, Bears moving out of Chirac. No more Soldier Field. Quackhead, thank you for the super chat. How long into the beatdown before Urban Meyer calls Ryan Day and tells him to fake a serious medical emergency? That's what Urban Meyer would do, isn't it? He'd get hauled away in an ambulance in the third quarter if he had to play Georgia. First and 10, Florida State keeps it on the ground inside the 18. This is a ridiculous catch. That's just a ridiculous catch there. "2023 preseason rankings coming out, Lou?" Yeah, at some point during the 2023 preseason. Second and 8. They keep it on the ground again. Picks up 2 or 3 yards down to, what is that, the 10, 15-yard line, whatever that is. Short of the first down. I do 3 different rankings in the offseason. I do one after signing day in February. I do one after the spring games in April. And I do a final preseason poll about a month before the season starts. Florida State's got a player down. It's going to be 3rd and 6 when they get back. I really feel like UJ and Michigan will be 1 and 2 preseason. Yeah, I feel like that's way too early to say. You don't even know which juniors off Georgia and Michigan are leaving and going to the NFL. Plus, we got transfer portal and another signing day coming up in February, so makes it hard to try to guess who would be 1 and 2. Bama has a good run. It's over. Deal with it. Yeah, Bama did have a good run. Bama did have a good run. Back when they had a dynasty. Back when Bama had a dynasty. That was a good run. My Cheez It bowl is empty. You need to go fill it up. Here, I got here. You want these? There you go. Come and get it. Have you tried the Tabasco ones? Yeah, they're good too. Yeah, anything's good with Tabasco sauce on it. Tabasco sauce makes anything good, makes anything better. Or Texas Pete or whatever your favorite hot sauce is. Hey, this isn't good. They're bringing the cart out for this Florida State player. Man, you hate to see that. You hate to see that. Looks like a definite knee injury. I didn't see the injury, but they said it was whatever it is. They said it was graphic looking, so they're not going to re-show it. So that usually means a broken bone. But I don't know. I didn't see it. TCU will win the Natty? Wow. This is why draft prospects opt out of bowls. Well, what if they got hurt in week 12? Should they opt out of week 12? I've seen players get hurt in week 4. Maybe players should skip week 4 from now on, too. Week 11. I saw a player get hurt in week 11 one time. Probably should skip week 11, too. They might get hurt. They might get hurt if they play in week 11. Third and 6 for Florida State on the 11-yard line. They got to get across the 5 for a first down. All tied up, minute 15 to go. Jordan Travis in a shotgun. Play clock at 10. They're going to let it bleed all the way down. They don't want to leave Oklahoma with any time if they don't have to. They're going to hand it off. Nowhere to go. He loses 3 or 4 yards. It's going to be 4th and about 10 now for Florida State. Oklahoma, I'm sure, is going to take a timeout. Yeah, they do. Stops the clock with 57 seconds to go. So if Florida State makes this, they'll be up 5 with about 50 seconds to go. Uncle Lou, how would you rank the 4 playoff QBs? C.J. Stroud, 1. Max Duggan, 2. Stetson Bennett, 3. J.J. McCarthy, 4. Georgia just scored a touchdown on Ohio State. They're getting off to an early start, huh? Out to an early lead. Thank you, Beaver. Thank you for the super chat, sir. Yeah, up 3 if we make a field goal. It's tied now, so a field goal will put them up by 3. 59 seconds to go. There'll be about 50 seconds, 52, 53 seconds probably after this field goal. Here we go. Field goal attempt. It's going to be a 32-yarder. Kick is up, and it's good. 35-32. Texas had how many injuries in fall camp? Maybe should skip that too. Yeah, that's a good point. George Pickens got hurt in the offseason. I don't understand why. I don't even understand why football has off-season practices. These people are getting hurt in these off-season practices, and then they're not able to play in the games. They need to do away. These players should start opting out of the off-season is what they need to do. Just show up when it's, well, shit. I was going to say just show up when it's time to play, but the problem with that is what if they show up to play and they get hurt? Man, I don't know. Mac, thank you for the super chat. He says, at a family friends gathering, what are you, what position are you playing? What? Hold on, let me see if I can figure this out. At a family or friends gathering, what position are you playing on both sides of the ball? Oh, I'd play, what would I play? Wide receiver and DB. Wide receiver and DB. Sign me up. Sign me up. Wide receiver and DB. I'm not going to go to work due to the fear I may suffer a paper cut. Hey, you can't work if you get hurt, so you might as well not go to work, because what if you get hurt? Wow. That's going to take 10 seconds off the clock, isn't it, since they don't have any timeouts? Wow. 2nd and 6. Oklahoma's got the ball on their own, 34? Oh, no, now they're going to mark the penalty off. 29-yard line. 2nd and 6 on their own 29. And aren't they going to... Yeah, 10-second runoff. So they're gonna knock the clock down to 28 seconds, and it's gonna start running as soon as they set the ball. They can't get the clock right. Put it on 28 seconds, dummy. Yay. 2nd and 6, 28 seconds to go. No timeouts for Oklahoma. They need a field goal to tie it up, and they're a long way away. They need about 50 yards to attempt a field goal. Back to throw. Dylan Gabriel steps up in the pocket. Throws over the head and incomplete. There is a flag down. 20 seconds to go. A flag down, though. It would be 3rd and 6. Let's see what the penalty is. Holding on Oklahoma. That's going to back them up even more. Uh-oh, Carolina Jackpot's getting perturbed. Oklahoma gets out of bounds with 14 seconds to go. It's going to be 3rd and about 6 around the 29-yard line. They still need 40 yards probably before they could even try to attempt a field goal. Sacked. That's going to be it. That's the ball game. They can't stop the clock. It's game over. That's ball game. Congratulations to FSU. What a game. A game-winning field goal with a little over a minute to go. Florida State beats Oklahoma in the Cheez-It Bowl 35-32. Now let's put it on the Texas-Washington game. Yes. Well, same channel. Texas-Washington game will be coming on in just a minute. I'm going to take like a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. Yep. Underway in the Alamo Bowl. 14 minutes to go. 1 minute gone in the first quarter. Texas has the ball 1st and 10 on the ground. Bijan Robinson picks up a few yards. It's going to be 2nd and about 6 now for Texas. Let me change the title of the stream. Let's change it to Texas Longhorns versus Washington Huskies. Alamo Bowl, though. There we go. All right, now. How we doing? Bama fans still crying in the comments. Ohio State fans still getting their pregame excuses ready. Okay, good. Good. Bijan quit. Oh, he's not playing. Who was that running the ball? Damn, Lou, you got a lot of game calling this weekend. Yeah, lots of live streaming this weekend. Be back tomorrow, 3:30 tomorrow for Notre Dame and South Carolina. And then 8 o'clock, Clemson and Tennessee. So those will be the main games tomorrow. FSU played LSU, Clemson, Florida, NC State, and Wake. Yes, they did. Uh-oh. Wow. How many teams schedule 2 SEC teams that aren't in the SEC? Well, teams that have an SEC rival do it all the time. Clemson does it all the time because Clemson plays South Carolina every year. So, and then sometimes they play Georgia. So, they've had a home and home with Auburn, a home and home with Texas A&M. So when you have an in-state rival that's in another conference, you play a lot of teams. There's lots of years where you play 2 teams from that conference. Florida State plays Florida every year. So if they schedule any other SEC team, it's going to be 2 every year. Time to turn the Oklahoma helmet over, though. Also in 2. Shout out to Oklahoma. They tried real hard. Oklahoma tried real hard, but unfortunately they came up short. Georgia Tech will make a bowl game next year. No, they won't. Georgia Tech gave up on football years ago. When's the last time Ohio State scheduled an SEC opponent? Well, they scheduled Georgia in 2020 and 2021, but they backed out of it. Liberty Lover says, Lou, look at it from the player's perspective, not as a fan. Why risk generational wealth over a meaningless bowl? Why risk it over a meaningless game in Week 12? That's my question. I mean, Texas, why did anybody for Texas need to play in Week 12? Why did anybody for Florida State need to play in Week 12? What if they got hurt in Week 12? Florida State wasn't winning a national title, and we knew that in Week 7. So why did anybody on Florida State play any games after that? What if they would have got hurt? Uncle Lou, you put out such amazing content, even though you talk smack about my Buckeyes. I love the smack talk. Thank you, and go Bucks. I appreciate that, buddy. Yeah, look, it's not personal. Trash talk's just a part of college football to me. Some people like it, some people don't. The people that don't are free to move on to some other Rainbows and Unicorn channel. There's plenty of them on YouTube. Go watch Josh Pate if that's what you want. He never has a bad word to say about anybody. He casts a wide net. So go over there. And I like Josh. I watch Josh Pate. I like that stuff too. But I like the trash talk stuff too. I don't let trash talk run me off. I'm not a soft bitch. It doesn't hurt my feelings to hear somebody say something bad about Georgia. It doesn't destroy my feelings like it does a lot of people. So, trash talk's just a part of college football. There's plenty of people out there that suck up to every single team and every single player. And if that's what you want, go find one of those channels. Not you. I'm not talking to you. You like to trash talk. I'm talking to other people. I just had a comment on that video I just made. Videos like this are why you only have 60,000 subscribers. Well, these are the videos I want to make. I didn't sit down and go, how can I create a YouTube channel that will get me 1 million subscribers? That's not no. I just started making videos about shit I wanted to talk about. I don't try to please anybody. I make the videos I want to make. They're authentic. They're real. I don't make shit up. I'm not pretending. I'm not sucking up to anybody. Nobody tells me what to do. Nobody tells me what to say. I do and say whatever the fuck I want. And it's up to everybody else whether they want to watch or not. If they do, great. If they don't, that's fine too. Like I said, there's plenty of Rainbow and Unicorn college football channels on YouTube. These people are welcome to go over there where they can listen to somebody sit around and talk about how great Vanderbilt is. Or whatever team. That's not what I do here. Ohio State has never canceled a home and home with Georgia. That's just a flat out lie. You're either lying or you're misinformed. Here you go. Ohio State has canceled a home and home series with Georgia because of the upcoming Big Ten Pac-12 scheduling partnership. There you go. This is from May 31st, 2012. Georgia and Ohio State were scheduled to play in 2020 and 2021. Ohio State canceled. There you go. That's in plain English. Quote, Ohio State has canceled a home and home series with Georgia because of the upcoming Big Ten Pac-12 scheduling partnership. So, yes, Ohio State canceled a home and home with Georgia. They scheduled Oregon instead and then got humiliated by Oregon. So they got what they deserved. Instead of getting beat by Georgia, they got beat by Oregon. Flag comes down. Washington's up 3-0. They kicked a field goal after that Texas turnover. So they're out to an early 3-0 lead over the Longhorns. 11.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Liberty Lover, thank you for the super chat. He says, why play week 12? Week 4, they don't need to. We as fans are not entitled to seeing them play. They have a right to look after their own interests just like you and I do. Of course they have a right. No one's saying they should be thrown in jail. No one's trying to take any of their rights away. I'm just saying I don't like it, and I think it's wrong. So, I mean, if a football player is scared of getting hurt, my advice would be don't play football at all, period, ever. But I don't like players who quit with games left to play. So, I'm not going to change my mind on that. Of course they have a right to quit. No one is saying they don't have a right to quit. Of course they have a right to quit. Of course they do. But I don't have to agree with it. Ohio State can't beat their big brother Michigan. That appears to be the case. Hadn't beat them since 2019. Ohio State always has college basketball to look forward to. Is Ohio State a basketball skew? Ewers with a pass complete along the sideline, across the 40, and then tackled out of bounds, 42, 43-yard line. You missed the second half of Florida State, Oklahoma. Was it good? Yes. Yes. Go back and just watch the last 5 minutes of the game. That's all you need to do. Go back and watch the last 5 minutes of the game. It was great. 1st and 10 for Texas, now on their own 43. They trail 3-0, just under 11 minutes to go. Ewers complete again along the sideline. Picks up another first down across midfield down to the 46-yard line. 1st and 10 Longhorns. Ringo doesn't have game speed. He let LSU backups burn him for 250 yards and 3 touchdowns. Keely Ringo didn't give up a single touchdown against LSU. Not one. Not one. We've known this about you for a while, but you're completely fucking ignorant. And ignorant's not an insult. Ignorant means someone doesn't know any better. Quinn Ewers escapes a sack and then has to throw it away. Incomplete pass. It's going to be 3rd and 10 coming up for Texas. Agent Z says, hook 'em horns. Let's hope we can win this one. Why did I think you were a South Carolina man? There must have used to be a different Agent Z in here. Agent Z used to be a South Carolina man. There used to be a South Carolina fan called Agent Z. Or something Z. 3rd and 10. Ewers back to throw again. Under pressure. Screen pass caught, and he's got some blockers. Washington closes it down, though, short of a first down. It's going to be 4th and 1 on the 38 for Texas. So let's see what they do here. Probably going to go for it. Yeah, they're going to keep the offense on the field. Bunch formation. Ewers in a shotgun. Back to throw. Gets rid of it. Caught out in the flat. Wide open. 30, 25, 20, 15. Down to the 10. Huge play. Nobody picked up the guy in the flat. Caught the pass. Wide open. 1 yard downfield. Took it up the sideline for another 30 yards. All the way down to the 10. Huge play for Texas. Prodigy Z, that's who I'm thinking of. Thank you. That's right. Prodigy Z must be who I'm thinking of. So if I've referred to you, if I've ever referred to you as a South Carolina fan, then I apologize. I was getting confused between you and Prodigy Z. I'm sorry if I ever referred to you as a South Carolina fan. What an insult that is. I apologize if I did that. Joshua Brow, thank you for the super chat. Both the SEC transfer schools are going to lose tonight. I'm just saying. Liberty, thank you for the super chat. Not expecting to change your mind. Just respect the perspective from the player's side. I'm not here to give you perspective from the player's side. I'm here to give you perspective from my side. I'm not here to articulate the player's perspective. The players can do that for themselves. We all know what the player's perspective is. They quit because they're afraid they'll get hurt. We know that. I just don't like that they quit. But I'm not here to give you the player's perspective. Lou, did you cry when Alabama beat Georgia? No. Texas with a hitch pass doesn't pick up much. They're going the wrong way here after that big play down to the 10-yard line. Now it's going to be 3rd and goal from about the 13. How does someone become a moderator? Just curious. Everybody that comes and hangs out on the Patreon streams gets a moderator wrench. So I do a Patreon stream once a week. Everybody that comes and hangs out gets the wrench. I think he was out of bounds, though. He caught it in the end zone, but out of bounds. Yeah, it's going to be 4th and goal for Texas now. Yeah, so the next Patreon stream will be Saturday night at 8 o'clock for the Georgia-Ohio State game. So everybody that comes and hangs out and watches the game with me Saturday night gets a moderator wrench. GF Sports, what's up, buddy? Good to see you in here. He says, hey, Lou, just wanted to say I enjoy your content as always. I can't wait till Saturday when Georgia gets the W. Yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so. I think it's going to be a good game. I actually think both games could be good, which would be very unusual for the playoffs. Playoffs usually end in blowouts, but these, I don't know. I have a feeling these might be good games. All right, Keith, appreciate you hanging out today, buddy. If there's anybody left in here that hasn't hit the thumbs up, it's been a while since I said it, but if there's anybody that maybe wasn't here earlier, make sure you hit the thumbs up. That is a big help to the live stream. It's one of the easiest things you can do to help support the show. It takes very little time, effort, or energy to hit the thumbs up. So if you're having a good time watching these bowl games today and hanging out, then make sure you're hitting that thumbs up. Yo, Lou, do you still have more of those Tennessee was ranked #1 shirts? Oh, yeah. It's a never-ending supply. It's a never-ending supply. The link is in the description of this video, right, that you're watching right now. If you click the description of this video, it's right on the top of the description. Just click that link. It's a never-ending supply. I don't actually buy and make and produce and print and sell the shirts myself. I use a third-party company to do it, so it's all print on demand. So whenever you order the shirt, it's made and printed and shipped directly to you. I don't have anything to do with it. So, I don't know your address. I don't know how you paid. I don't know any of that. I use a third party site called Teespring. So it's a never-ending supply. Liberty Lover says a player gives you 3 years of outstanding productivity, but all of a sudden he's a quitter because he didn't want to risk generational wealth over a meaningless bowl game. Yes. I mean, it seems to me like you're trying to argue over the definition of a word. I didn't invent the word quit, and I'm not the one who made the definition of the word quit. But that's what they're doing. They're quitting. I don't understand how you can argue that point. It seems to me the best you can do is say that you agree with their reasons for quitting, which is fine. You can agree with their reasons for quitting, but it is quitting. It's just like if I have a job and I get offered a better job, I have to quit my current job to take the better job. It doesn't necessarily mean that I did something wrong by quitting my current job, does it? You're assigning a negative connotation to the word quit. That's on you. That's on you. I'm just telling you they're quitting. I mean, that's just what they're doing. Whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, or you agree with it or disagree with it or like it or don't like it, I don't know. But there's no arguing the definition of a word. I mean, they're quitting. They're quitting because they don't want to get hurt. Now, what if a left tackle is supposed to get drafted in the top 5 and there's a quarterback that's borderline getting drafted at all? The left tackle goes, I'm quitting. I don't want to get hurt in the bowl game. He sits out. The backup comes in. He's not worth a shit. He gets beat. The quarterback gets blindsided and breaks his neck. What if a guy, what do you think about this? What about the people that opt out of the meaningless bowl game because they might get hurt, but then play in an exhibition Senior Bowl game? What about that? What if they get hurt in the Senior Bowl? Does the Senior Bowl have meaning, but somehow the Sugar Bowl doesn't? or whatever bowl, games having meaning or not, meaning is assigned by whoever is talking about the game. If the Sugar Bowl is meaningful to me, then it's meaningful. If the playoffs aren't meaningful to, well, let me ask you this. Why should a player play in the playoffs? Why? If money is what we're talking about here, and that's what you're talking about, why risk that money to play? That's what you're saying. Why should they play in the playoffs? If you get hurt in the playoffs, is the recovery time somehow quicker than if you get hurt in a non-playoff bowl? I'm asking for real. What is it in your mind that makes a bowl game meaningless compared to a Week 10 game or a playoff game? In your mind. If it's money, then why is Jalen Carter playing? Yo, shouldn't Jalen Carter quit? What if Jalen Carter gets hurt in the playoffs? I mean, if money is the determining factor, then the playoffs are meaningless. Jalen Carter's a guaranteed top 5 pick whether he plays in the playoffs or not. And if money is the determining factor that we're using to excuse these people from quitting, then why are these people playing in the playoffs? Bama quit being relevant. Yeah, Bama quit being relevant. Caught on the sideline. What a catch. Got both feet down, too. Only needs one in college, but he got both feet down on that one. Right. Meaning is, Anthony is right. Whether a game is meaningful or not is subjective. I guarantee you, everybody that's playing in this game right now thinks it's meaningful. So the fact that Liberty Lover or someone else says that this game is meaningless apparently doesn't matter to these players that are choosing to play in this game. To these players, this game is obviously meaningful. So whether a game is meaningful or not is subjective. Playoffs is a chance at a natty. That's why they play. Yeah, but what does that have to do with money or draft? It doesn't have anything to do with money or draft. There's plenty of players playing in the playoffs who are getting drafted in the first round, aren't they? Whether they win or lose these playoff games. So why play? They're risking injury. They're risking generational wealth, to use your own words. For what? They don't even get to keep the trophy. It stays at the school. Playoffs is a chance at a natty. That's why they play. Your definition of quit implied being paid for your work, which college athletes are not. Yes, they are. College athletes are paid for their work. They're paid scholarships. They're paid housing. They're paid food. They're given free medical. They're given free meal plans. They're given access to the best training facilities on the planet. They're given a monthly stipend in cash from the university, and they're able to monetize and market themselves. So, yes, they are paid. They are paid. And whether they're paid or not is besides the point. It seems to me like you have a problem with Webster's dictionary, and I can't help you with that. By definition, they're quitting. I can't help it that you don't like the definition of the word quit. That's a you issue. Have such an entertaining time on these streams, Lou. Love to play-by-play. The comment thread is bonus. This is for the coffee fund. Thank you, LV. Yeah, I'm having a good time, too. Appreciate y'all hanging out. I'm having a good time, too. Yeah, I don't know why, Liberty, man, you're going round and round in circles. trying to convince me of the reasons why players are quitting. I know the reasons why players are quitting. I just disagree with their decision to quit. I don't know why that bothers you so much or hurts your feelings. I don't have any idea. But if there's a game to play and they choose not to play it, they're quitting. Totally agree with you, Lou. When your team makes a decent bowl game because of the season they had, you as a player should see at the end and finish, give the team the best chance of success. That's what I would like to see. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see players play football. I would like to see players play football. They have the right not to play. I don't think anybody should ever be forced to play football. It's too dangerous. Nobody should ever be forced to play, whether it's a bowl game, a playoff game, a regular season game, a conference championship game. No one should ever be forced to play football. I just don't agree with the players sitting out the bowl games. It's just quitting. I don't like it, and it doesn't matter to me whether you like it or not. You're free to like it. You're free to enjoy watching some of the best players in college football quit and not play in the bowl game. You're free to enjoy that. I don't enjoy it. I would rather they played. I would rather they didn't quit. Wow, big play by Washington. Touchdown on the ground. As long as he stayed in bounds, and it looks like he did, touchdown Washington. They're going to retake the lead. If bowl games had no meaning, players would only go to the top 10 teams, says Devin. Whatever happened to the hard-nosed linebacker position? Oh, there's still plenty of hard-nosed linebackers around. Quitting will never negatively impact a playoff, especially when they expand. It's going to happen. Sad. At least those players are quitting just for the bowl game. Shit, half my Canes quit mid-season, says Joshua. What do you think the SEC will do with scheduling after OU and Texas join? I think they're going to go to a 9-game conference schedule, and they're going to play a 3-6-6 model. So every SEC team is going to have 3 other teams that they play every single year. And then in addition to those 3 teams, they're going to play 6 other teams. That'll give you 9 conference games. Then in the second year, again, they will play those 3 teams that they play every year. And then they will play the 6 teams that they did not play the year before. So you'll end up playing every team in the SEC every other year. Every other year. And by playing 3 of the same teams every single year, you're able to save some of the big rivalry games. So like Auburn will still play Alabama every year. Alabama will still play Tennessee every year. Georgia will still play Florida and Auburn every year. So you'll get to keep some of the bigger rivalry games because everybody's going to have 3 permanent opponents. That's 3 conference games. Then you'll play 6 additional conference games. That means you will have played 9 SEC teams in year 1. In year 2, there's 6 SEC teams left that you didn't play in year 1. You'll play those 6 plus the 3 that you play every year. So it's the 3-6-6 model. So you'll play every team in the SEC every 2 years. When does UJ play at Texas A&M? 2024, I believe. I think it's 2024. Are you paid in scholarship or housing for your job? No, you are paid cash money for your labor. I guess you've never been in the military. Apparently, you've never been in the military. And that's just one example. But there are tons of jobs that give employees housing allowances. Tons of them. Lots of them. The military is just one example. So I don't know if you're uninformed or you just forgot about that. But there are lots of companies that give fringe benefits that aren't cash. The employees get all kinds of benefits that aren't a paycheck. Company cars to use, company credit cards to use. They're flown around the country for business meetings. They're put up at hotels for various trips. They're given housing allowances. They're reimbursed for certain things. So I don't know if you don't understand the job market, or I don't know, maybe you've only ever worked like some kind of menial, just hourly job where you've never gotten any of that stuff. But yeah. Yes, military gets paychecks. Yes, so do college players. They get a stipend. Yeah, and then they get housing allowances and meals and food and room and board, and yeah. Much like the military, sir. Much like the military. Military will pay for your college too. They won't give you $40,000 extra a year, but they'll pay for your schooling through the GI Bill. So yeah, lots of employers do that. Lots of employers do that. This is why I like Lou. Getting paid is getting paid. Doesn't have to be a little paycheck. Our SEC homer's already rooting for Texas. I'm not rooting for anybody in this game. I did pick Washington to win, but I'm not. That doesn't mean I'm rooting for or against Washington or Texas. I just happened to pick Washington to win. Lou, you might need to. What does that say? Oh, I deleted it. Man mad because the 20-year-olds won't play for his enjoyment. Yeah, you figured it out. Nothing gets past you. How would they decide who plays in SEC championship with that structure? It would be the two teams with the best conference record. Same way the Big 12 does it now. Same way anybody does it when they do away. Once they do, everyone's doing away with divisions, so everyone's going to be doing it the same way. Why did he get timed out for that Cowboy? I didn't time anybody out. Who timed somebody out? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why that person got timed out. Two minutes to go in the first quarter. Washington still up 10-3 over Texas. 3rd and 4 for the Longhorns on their own 31. Ewers back to throw. Pass complete up to the 40. Out of bounds at the 41-yard line. First down, Longhorns. Pac-12 is top 2. Divisions are out. Well, they still had divisions this year. It just didn't. This was the last year they had divisions, but the divisions didn't determine the. The divisions didn't determine the. The divisions didn't determine the Pac-12 title game, but the schedules were already out, so they kept the divisions in place for scheduling reasons. But after this year, the divisions are gone in the Pac-12 too. Who do you have starting at QB for Texas next year? Quinn Ewers. Empty backfield for Quinn Ewers, 2nd and 11. Back to throw. Gets rid of it. Complete on a slant. Picks up about 9 yards. It's going to be 3rd and about 2 coming up now for Texas. Dak Prescott, 2 interceptions and 1 fumble. What is the NFL playing today too? Oh, yeah, today's Thursday, isn't it? Glad to have the debate. Enjoy your content. Worried sick that OSU will beat us. Yeah, I hope not. I thought you were a Liberty fan. You're a Georgia fan? I don't think I'm going to do the call-ins. Dak Prescott still has never won a championship at any level. Wow. It's probably because he plays for the Cowboys, and when you, he went to Mississippi State and now the Cowboys. Those aren't exactly those aren't two teams that are, contending for titles every year. Cowboys have been pretty irrelevant since the 90s. Look at Vince Young. Lowest score in the history of the Wonderlic test. Vince Young. Congratulations, Texas fans. Vince Young has the lowest score ever on the Wonderlic test. Joshua Bro says, will Notre Dame join the ACC by 2036? I don't think Notre Dame's ever going to join a conference as long as they feel like they have a shot of making the college football playoffs. And the way it's set up now, Notre Dame is going to get in the playoffs way more than they don't. The way it's set up now, Notre Dame is going to finish in the top 10 or 12 more years than they don't. Now, the downside to that is Notre Dame will never get a bye, because in order to get a bye in the new playoff system that starts in 2 years, you have to win your conference. And Notre Dame's not in a conference, so they can't get a bye. They could potentially host a home playoff game in the first round, but they're never going to get a bye. That's the only downside. But as long as Notre Dame feels like they have a shot to get into the playoffs, I don't think they're going to join a conference unless the money discrepancy becomes so great that they just don't have a choice. Yeah, I'm with you, Zach. If you're dodging a 13th game, you definitely should not be rewarded with then what's basically a second bye week in a row at that point. You're already getting a bye week by not playing a conference title game, so I agree with you there. Vince Young I didn't even know Vince Young had a chain of steakhouses. I had no idea. Is it only in Texas? Because I've never heard of that before. UJ would get smoked by an NFL team. Yes, facts. Facts. There is no college team that could beat an NFL team. Those days are long gone. Does Lou do Dummy of the Year award for the dumbest caller of the year? It's funny. I was thinking about that the other day. I was thinking about maybe doing a Dummy of the Month, and the 5-star dummy logo thing. This thing.
5-star dummy.
I was thinking about having that put on I was thinking about having that printed up on a T-shirt. 5-star dummy or something, and nominating a dummy of the month every month. Maybe picking like 3 or 4, and then letting the comment section vote on it, the dummy of the month, and then sending that person a free T-shirt. Like I was the LouTube, I'm a LouTube 5-star dummy of the month T-shirt or something like that. That might be pretty funny. Like maybe the last week of every month. Maybe like every call-in show, write down like the 2 dumbest callers from every call-in show, and then at the end of the month, put up a poll. With those, whatever. If you did 2 per show, that would be 4 a week. Or maybe we just do the dumbest for each show. So that would be 2 a week, 4 weeks generally in a month. So every poll would have 8 names on it, and we'd have the comment section vote, from those 8 names, who was the biggest dummy. And then I would send that person a dummy of the week or a dummy of the month T-shirt. The only problem with doing that, if you start rewarding that, then you're going to have some people who call up and just purposely try to do that. Now, you usually can tell when someone's just trying to be dumb versus someone who's just coming off as a dummy. You usually can tell the difference, but I am a little worried that if I start incentivizing dummies, that will have people calling up intentionally trying to be a dummy, and that would sort of defeat the purpose, but we might come up with something. I always try a bunch of new stuff in the off season and kind of see what works and what doesn't, and then get it all figured out, and then, go with that for the season. So the off season, it's different around here in the off season. It's still a lot of fun, but it's a different kind of fun. It's not as serious around here in the off season because there's no games being played, but we still do all the call-in shows and live shows and upload videos, and we still do all that stuff here in the off season. It's just kind of a different vibe in the off season. Not as many people hang around, obviously, from like February to June as are here during the season. I wish everybody hung around all year long. That would obviously be a lot better for me, but some people only pay attention to college football, from like July to January, and then they kind of disappear and come back the next July. So there's not as many people around in the off season. So that's usually when I try, I'll try new things or kind of see what works type of deal. I missed a turnover. Too much talking in the comments, not enough watching the game, huh? 2nd and 7 for Washington. Empty backfield. They've got the ball on their own 40-yard line. They're up 10-3, 13 and a half minutes to go in the second quarter of this one. Yeah, people trolls put out fake stuff like that on Twitter, RB, to trick gullible people like you. Because they know it'll work. Will I be a 5-star dummy of the month? I don't know, Robert. I don't think have you ever called in? I don't know. This would be for callers on the call-in show. 3rd and 4 for Washington now on their own 43. Empty backfield again, 5 wide. Whistles are blowing. Somebody might have called a timeout. There's a flag down. False start on Washington. That's going to back them up. It's going to make it 3rd and 8 now. Please get rid of that fake idiot RB. No, I didn't bet. Look, I learned a couple of years ago to stop betting on some of these mid-tier bowl games. With all the opt-outs and quitters, you just don't know what you're going to get. Damn, now they get a delay a game. They're definitely going the wrong way. They're definitely going the wrong way. Third and 14. Penix back to throw. Stands in the pocket, scrambling around. Now going deep downfield. Incomplete. No flags either. 4th and 14. Washington's going to have to punt it away. 11:29 to go until halftime. Huffer Billy Paul, thank you for hitting the PayPal link, buddy, to help support the channel. I appreciate that. He said, can Ohio State man not see that Ryan Day is a poser? He's built the softest team since Tommy Bowden at Clemson. Jeez. Is that true? Is that really true? Joseph, thank you for the PayPal as well. He says, Ohio State fans saying SEC teams can't play in weather Aren't these the same fans that said the wind was too loud? Yeah, and they're the same fans that blamed their loss last year on Michigan on the weather. But now somehow they want to say the SEC couldn't win in weather they don't play in, or something. It's weird. Ohio State fans' whole outlook on the weather is just weird. Colby, thank you for the PayPal as well. He says, Slimy Hot Boy responded to you. If you want to call in a response anyways, go Dogs. Thank you, Colby. Let's see what he says here.
This is the...
Isn't this the same one we already watched? Yeah, we've been watched this one. This is from the first time he called in. We watched this a week or so ago. Because this video is from... yeah, we've already seen that. We've played that multiple times, his reaction to him calling in, Slimy Hot Boy. What were Slimy Hot Boy's bad takes? Well, he blamed the loss to Michigan on Ohio State's injuries. And then said that when I asked him about playing Georgia, he said, well, injuries don't matter. We've got backups. Well, didn't you have backups against Michigan? It didn't make any sense. That was one of the he was on the phone for 10 minutes, and everything he said, you know, he'd say something dumb, then a minute later he'd say something even dumber, and that continued for 10 minutes. But that was one of the things he was saying. He was saying they lost to Michigan because of injuries, but then trying to turn around and say that injuries didn't matter. Because Jackson Smith and Najigba and Travion Henderson had announced they weren't playing. Yeah, outside of 5 plays, they won the game. He kept saying they were winning at halftime, which that was my whole point. Yeah. In the first half, you held Michigan to 1.9 yards per carry, and you were winning. Isn't it funny how that works? But in the second half, they ran all over you, and you ended up getting blown out. That's the whole point that everyone is talking about. But he's just on and on with the excuses. The RB doing the same thing. Michigan had 2 yards rushing at halftime. I know, and you were winning. That's the point. That's what people have been trying to tell you now for 2 years. When you stop the run, it gives you a good chance of winning. That's why when you stopped the run in the first half, you were winning at halftime. But when you can't stop the run, you get blown out and lose by Oregon and Michigan twice. And you gave up 9 in those 3 losses. You gave up 900 yards rushing. That's why you lost. Yeah, not enough fresh air in the dome. Damn, I'm getting hungry again. We had injuries, but that's part of the game. Yeah, that's the thing. You play Michigan at the end of the year every year. You're always going to have injuries and hurt people in week 12 and 13. So that's just not an excuse. That's just not an excuse. Every single team in the country has injured players who aren't playing and hurt players who are playing. Every team in the country. Blake Corum didn't play in the Ohio State game, and he's a Heisman contending running back. He didn't play. The backup played with a broken hand. So Michigan's starting running back was injured and couldn't play. Their backup running back was hurt but did play and had 200 and whatever yards he had with a broken hand. I mean, and every team is doing this. Every team is playing with hurt players, and every team has players that aren't playing because they're injured. Georgia could be without a starting offensive lineman and a starting wide receiver against Ohio State. We don't know if they're going to play or not. They both got hurt in the LSU game. Warren McClendon on the offensive line and Ladd McConkey at wide receiver. We don't know if they're going to play or not. But if they don't, that's why Georgia has 85 scholarships. Someone else is going to play. It's not an excuse to lose. Everybody's got the same number of scholarships. And when you talk about teams like Ohio State and Georgia that are recruiting in the top 5 every single year, you just got to put the next guy in and go. I guarantee you, if Georgia loses to Ohio State, you're not going to hear me come on here and say, well, we didn't have Warren McClendon and Ladd McConkey. That's why. No, we haven't had A.D. Mitchell since week 1. We haven't had A.D. Mitchell since week 1. We just put another wide receiver in. I mean, we're still undefeated. Jalen Carter didn't play for 5 games in the middle of the season? He got hurt, and Jalen Carter got hurt the first play of the season against Oregon. Didn't play till the Florida game. We still managed to win all those games. I mean, you just put the next guy in. Everybody's got injured players and hurt players. What excuses do UGA? UGA doesn't need any excuses. They're like 32-1 in their last 33 games. What UJ fans don't need to make any excuses. Why would we make? You don't need to make excuses for wins. Something wrong with y'all. Something's really wrong with y'all. SpongeBob says Ryan Day is soft. Well, I mean, you're not going to get any argument from me on that. It's a pretty well-established fact at this point. If UJ loses, you will come on here and say, I told y'all 5-star dummies, Stetson no good, you Disney dogs. Well, if Georgia loses, I'm going to come on here and list the reasons that Georgia lost. If the reason is Stetson Bennett, then that's what I'm going to say. Yeah. 100%. You're 100% right. I'm going to do the same thing I've done every single time Georgia has lost a game since I've been doing this in the last 8 years. I'm going to come on here and I'm going to yell and scream and I'm going to point out the reasons that Georgia lost. If it's the quarterback, I'm going to say it's the quarterback. If it's the defense, I'm going to say it's the defense. If it's a wide receiver dropping a touchdown pass, I'm going to say it's the wide receiver dropping a touchdown, whatever it is. Whoever's fault it is, I'm going to come on here and blame them. Yeah. Does that blow your mind, Matthew? That must blow your mind, Matthew, that somebody would come on here and blame the person whose fault it is. What are you going to say if Georgia loses, Mayhem Matthew? I know what you're going to say. Oh, they had a great season. They tried real hard, and you're going to go around looking for people to pat on the back. You're a Stetson Bennett dick sucker is really all it is. I mean, that's what it comes down to. So you'd suck his asshole if he'd let you. You've never criticized Stetson Bennett, including the games he played like complete shit. You've never said one bad word about him. You're incapable of it. And you are a 5-star dummy. That part of your comment was right. No matter what, and that it doesn't matter whether Georgia wins, loses. whose fault it is, who we blame. The part about your comment about being a 5-star dummy is accurate no matter what. Uncle Lou, is Lincoln Riley your doppelganger? I don't think so. Is he? I don't look like Lincoln Riley, do I? 2nd and 2. Washington picks up the first down up close to midfield. They're still up 10-3, just under 9 minutes to go until halftime. He hasn't played bad when he is 13-0. So you think if a team is undefeated, then that means that no player on that team has played bad all year long? Holy shit. You're even dumber than I thought you were. Holy shit. You're stupid. So nobody on Michigan's team has played bad all year, according to Mayhem Matthew, because they're 13-0. Tennessee's defense has only played bad in 2 games, according to Mayhem Matthew, because Tennessee's 10-2. So as long as you win, then no one can play bad. That's the extent of Mayhem Matthew's football knowledge. If a team wins, everybody's good. If team lose, everybody bad. That's it. That's all he knows about football. He's not capable of watching a game and comprehending whether or not a player played good or bad. He can only look at the outcome of the game. That's it. He only can look at the outcome of the game and say, team won, that mean everyone played good. Team lost, that mean everyone played bad. That's all he can do. You have to be completely football ignorant to operate that way. Completely football ignorant. That's alarming that somebody can be that football ignorant, but still be interested enough to subscribe to college football YouTube channels. That you just have no grasp of what's going on in the game at all. You just look at the outcome of the game, and whatever team won, that means all their players played good, and whatever team lost, that means all their players played bad. That's alarming that somebody can have that simple an understanding of college football. (2021) Georgia beat Florida 34-7. Mayhem Matthew thinks that means Stetson Bennett played good. Stetson Bennett was 10 of 19 for 160 yards with 1 touchdown and 2 interceptions. He played like shit. The defense won that game. But not according to Mayhem Matthew. According to Mayhem Matthew, Georgia won. That means Stetson Bennett played good in that game. Believe it or not, sometimes when a team loses, they still have players that played good. And sometimes when a team wins, they still had players that played bad. I know that's hard for you to understand, but I promise it's true. I promise you that's true. I promise you Sony Michel played a great game in the 2017 National Championship game. I promise you he did. I promise. Here's a bit of news. Casey Anthony is an Ohio State fan, and Jeffrey Epstein graduated from there. Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer went to Ohio State, too. Jeffrey Dahmer went to Ohio State. I didn't know that about Casey Anthony and Jeffrey Epstein, though. It doesn't surprise me that Jeffrey Epstein went there, though. The entire Big Ten really is ate up with some weird stuff going on with underage people. It's a epidemic within the Big Ten. It's weird. Tomorrow I'm coming on at 3:30 for the Notre Dame South Carolina game, and I'm going to stay on for the Orange Bowl that comes on at 8, Tennessee and Clemson. So 3:30 to midnight tomorrow. 3:30 to midnight. Is that true about Casey Anthony? I know she's from Florida. I don't know why she would be an Ohio State fan. Yeah, good point, Jeff. I guess Bryce Young played bad against Tennessee since Bama lost. Who's my pick on Clemson and Tennessee? I picked Clemson. I feel like Tennessee's missing too much on offense. Mayhem Matthew says, you must not comprehend reading. You said Georgia's 13-0, so Stetson hasn't played bad. That's what you said. That's what you said. You don't need to comprehend anything to read that. You must not comprehend reading, but you criticized Stetson all year last year. So did I, but this year he hasn't done anything to lose us a game, and in big games he plays as good as any QB in the country. I've criticized Stetson Bennett every time he's played bad, and I've praised him every time he's played good. He played good against Oregon and South Carolina early in the year. He played good in the first half against Tennessee this year. And he played good against LSU. He did not play good against Mississippi State. He did not play good against Kentucky. He did not play good against Kent State. He did not play good against Mizzou. He went 5 weeks without throwing a touchdown pass, 5 consecutive games. And I criticized him for those things because he didn't play well. And he's been in college for 6 years. After Georgia destroyed Oregon, I came on YouTube and said that was the best offensive performance from UJ I'd ever seen in my entire life, including Stetson Bennett. So, speaking of comprehension, you either need to clean your fucking ears out or you need to learn how to comprehend what you're hearing from Uncle Lou. Here, Simple Simon. Georgia 42, Florida 20. Stetson Bennett completed 50% of his passes, 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. That's a shitty fucking game. He also ran the ball 1 time for 2 yards. That's a shitty game. He played bad. But you don't know that. All you know is Georgia 42, Florida 20 equals Stetson Bennett played good. That's all you know. That's all you know. You're incapable of watching someone play football and determining whether or not they had a good game or a bad game. You're incapable of doing it. You're only capable of looking at a final score and saying
Team that won, everyone good. Team that lost, everyone bad. That's it. That's all you can do. That's all you're able to do. Joshua, thank you for the super chat, buddy. He says, by that logic, Ken Dorsey at 38-2 is one of the greatest college football quarterbacks of all time. Yeah. Yeah. And Buck Bellew, Georgia's quarterback in 1980, who completed one pass in the national title game, is tied for the best quarterback in Georgia history. He's tied with Stetson Bennett and Charlie Trippy, because they each have one national title. Never mind Aaron Murray, Matt Stafford, David Green, DJ Shockley, Quincy Carter, Mike Bobo, Eric Zier. Never mind all those guys. They didn't play on a national title team, so they're not as good as Buck Bellew, who completed one pass in the national title game in 1980. By the way, Dejon Edwards is better than Todd Gurley, Nick Chubb, Noshawn Moreno, Garrison Hurst, DeAndre Swift, because Dejon Edwards has a natty and is about to get his second one. Todd Gurley, Nick Chubb, Sony Michel, Noshawn Moreno, Robert Davis. Garrison Hurst. None of those people hold a candle to Dejon Edwards. Right, Matthew? Vic, what's the deal with D4? Why'd he delete his channel? Somebody told me he deleted his channel and everything. You're incapable of saying, okay, maybe one of those passes that got intercepted wasn't his fault because the wide receiver can't come down with it. Yeah. Matthew, he had 50% completion, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Under no circumstances is that ever considered a good game, ever. Ever. There is not a situation in the history of football where a 50% completion rate with 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions for 160 yards is considered a good game. It doesn't exist. Only in your mind does that exist. If it was any other player that had that stat line that played for another team, you would say it was terrible. But because it's Georgia and it's Stetson Bennett, you think it's amazing that he was somehow completed 50% of his passes with 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions, and Georgia won 42-20. Therefore, Stetson Bennett played a great game. You have to be football ignorant. There's just no other explanation. There's not another explanation for your logic. There's not. Mayhem deserves the first 5-star dummy shirt. Garrison Galloping Hurst was a stud. I loved watching Garrison Hurst play. Noshawn Moreno was one of my favorite UGA players ever, too. He's probably top 10 on my list. I loved watching him play, too. Ed Reed to Bethune-Cookman as head coach. We make a splash like Neon Dion. No, I don't think he's got that kind of pull. Mayhem Matthew says, there, I sent another 99. Are you happy, Fox? Yeah, Lincoln County. Funny story, his cousin used to work at Hooters here in Augusta. Lincoln County's right up the road from here. 25 minutes, 30 minutes up the road.
His cousin used to work at the Hooters here in Augusta. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, Jackson Smith Najigba did opt out. He quit. I saw it on Twitter. RB. Travion Henderson, too. I saw it on Twitter, buddy. Denver Dunbar, are you having some kind of a stroke? Vic 2 might lose his title as demand if you keep this up. Vic 2, did you ever say what happened to D4? Why did he? Does anybody in here know? Y'all, who in here knows D4? Somebody said he deleted his YouTube channel. He's not doing YouTube anymore. Anybody know about that? Henderson didn't quit. He had to have surgery. No, I saw on Twitter that he quit. So according to RB, that means it's true. I heard that Travion Henderson could have waited and had the surgery after the playoffs. It was up to him, and he chose to have the surgery now and sit the playoffs out. I saw that on Twitter, and according to RB, because I saw it on Twitter, that means it's true. Lou, I have the best Garrison Hurst story. No, Aaron Murray is not stupid, Mayhem Matthew. It's just your philosophy on football is stupid. Well, it's not even stupid. It's ignorant. It's born out of ignorance. I think you just don't know any. I don't think you're capable of watching a game and trying to determine if a quarterback is good or not. But when the only argument you have for determining that a player is good is that the team he's on is winning, then that means you think every single player on the team is the greatest ever. So, you know, like I said, you think Kenny McIntosh is better than Todd Gurley. You think Ladd McConkey is better than A.J. Green. You know. Quentin, thank you for the PayPal, buddy. He says, Lou, big Ohio State fan, hate that the loudest portion of the fan base says the dumbest things. Looking forward to the game. Ohio State has a shot, but still leaning UGA. If Ohio State can't score in the red zone, it's over. I think they'll get yards, but Ryan Day has a history of not scoring touchdowns against premier defenses. Have a good one. Georgia hasn't necessarily had red zone issues, but I'll tell you, well, one area where Georgia has really struggled offensively is short yardage situations this year. I would almost rather Georgia be in a 3rd and 4 situation than I would them be in a 3rd and 1. I know that sounds crazy, but Georgia's had a hard time on the 3rd and 1s, 4th and 1s, 3rd and 2s, stuff like that. That's because UJ line is soft. Yeah, right. That must be it. Texas don't stand a chance if they can't put any points up. I thought that quarterback was supposed to be good. I'm almost falling asleep watching this game. Yeah, this has been a pretty boring game. It's 10-3 pretty early on, but now it's still 10-3 with a minute to go till halftime. Healthy A.D. Mitchell equals bad news for Ohio State. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much – I don't know what to expect from A.D. Mitchell because even if he's healthy, he hasn't played in 3 months. And I just don't know if he can come in and be the player that, we thought he would have been had he played all year. Not that he can't make a couple of catches or have an impact. I that worries me, though, that he hasn't played. I don't know if he's going to be able to come in and be the A.D. Mitchell that we kind of thought he would be, which is going to be even worse news if for some reason Ladd McConkey's not able to play. Joshua, thank you for the super chat. UJ minus 6.5. Do they cover? Yeah, I think Georgia wins somewhere in the 10 to 14 point range. Nice throw there by Penix for a first down for Washington. They're deep in Texas territory, trying to get some more points here before halftime. 40 seconds to go. Lou, you need better trolls. These are just pathetic. Yeah, well, the problem is there's like 3 or 4 trolls that have been in here for 5 hours, so they're all out of material. They're basically retyping the same things over and over and over again at this point, just hoping that there's someone new in here that'll read it. You can't run on LSU, but you expect to run on Ohio State. We ran for 255 yards on LSU, so I don't know what you're talking about. We ran for 255 yards. That's, you're saying we can't run on LSU? What do you think 255 yards is? I don't think Ohio State's going to give up 400 yards on the ground. No, I don't either. I don't either. They'll give up between 200 and 250. "22 seconds to go. Washington 2nd and 6 on their own, or no, on the Texas 13. Washington doesn't have any timeouts left. Texas just took a timeout, though. Timeout, Texas. It's going to be 2nd and 6 for Washington. They're in field goal range, but 22 seconds. They're looking to score here, but they don't have any timeouts left, so they got to be careful what they do. If they're tackled inbound short of the first down, the clock's going to keep running, and they can't stop it. Who do you like for the national championship game matchup? Depends which 2 teams get there. I don't usually make predictions on games until I know who's playing in them. Texas isn't remembering the Alamo worth a damn tonight. I need this shirt. Yeah, I'm the nicest asshole you'll ever meet, right, Mayhem Matthew? Yeah, I got this from the mall here in town last week. I saw it, and I just knew I had to have it. I knew I had to have it. You won't be in the comments here Saturday night unless you find somebody to give you $10 to get you on the Patreon page. Penix rolls out, sets it up, screen pass, and it looks like they got the first down, but barely. That'll stop the clock long enough for him to move the chains. 15 seconds to go, 1st and goal from the 6. There's a Texas player down, which sucks. It's never good, but that basically gives Washington a free timeout here while they come out to check on this Texas player. Fox, Mayhem Matthew says to tell you he sent another $9.99. Thank you, Mayhem Matthew. Sarkisian was the head coach at both schools, says Wayne. Do you think Arch Manning will start as a freshman? No, I don't. Hard to believe Quinn Ewers is the 2nd highest ranked recruit of all time. I'm talking about your post-game Ryan Day owned us video. Oh, okay, yeah. I know you don't have $10 to come to the game stream. I already knew that. I made this username when YouTube was invented. Really? You've been around a long time then. I am hungry, but I don't know what I want to eat. I don't know what I want to eat. But I'm hungry. No, I'm not going to order no pizza. Ryan Day is the best spokesperson for Just for Men beard dye. Yeah. My favorite part about Ryan Day's beard is how he colors in the edges with eyeliner, so he gets like that perfectly straight line. I'm on the fence on getting a Patreon membership. Well, I obviously think you should get one. Without that Patreon, I say it all the time, but without that Patreon page, I wouldn't be able to do this year round. I would not be able to do it year round. During the college football season, I do one live stream a week on the Patreon page. So every Saturday during the season, the Patreon page votes on what game they want me to stream, and I stream that one on Patreon. And then most Saturdays, I'll do a second stream on YouTube, but always do the one on Patreon. And then I'm doing the Georgia-Ohio State game this week on Patreon. And then in the off season, I do other things on Patreon, like maybe the NFL draft or March Madness, or I think we did the Masters one year. We did the Kentucky Derby one year, different things like that. I thought we established this was the Hair Products Bowl just for men, hair dye, and Kirby's Frosted Tips. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think Ryan Day will last at Ohio State? Unless he goes to the NFL, yeah. I mean, he's nowhere close to getting fired. Washington throws it out of the back of the end zone, incomplete. 7 seconds to go. So they do have a time probably for one more play, but they're going to have to throw it into the end zone. If they get tackled short of the end zone, they're not going to have time to run the field goal team out there. Thank you, LV, for joining the channel. 3rd and goal now for Washington. On the 6-yard line, 7 seconds to go. Penix back to throw. Gets rid of it quick. Incomplete. 3 seconds to go, and we're going to see a field goal now. So Washington 10, Texas 3. 3 seconds to go until halftime. A field goal will make it 13-3. The crowd who wants to fire Day is already delusional. Yeah, I mean, I know Ohio State hates losing to Michigan, but I just can't imagine Ryan Day being anywhere close to getting fired right now. Now, maybe they have a couple of 10-2, 9-3 seasons, something like that. But I can't, all these 11-1, 10-2. They were 10-2 last year, 11-1 this year. They're in the playoffs this year. I don't think he's anywhere close to getting fired right now. I have no idea, Wicked Clown. It wasn't anything I did. It was something on YouTube's end messed up on that stream, and I tried emailing them about it last year back in January when I first noticed it. Like the day after the national title game, there's just nothing they can do. I don't know what happened. It didn't freeze while I was live streaming. It was fine. Everybody that was watching, it was fine while it was happening. But for whatever reason, when you try to watch the replay, it freezes at a certain point. And I never could get any answers from YouTube on why, and nothing they could do to fix it. Here comes the field goal attempt. Snap, hold, kick. And it looks good. Washington 13, Texas 3, and that takes us to halftime. We'll give Jimbo to Ohio State, says Michael Grubbs. Yeah, a lot of Texas A&M fans have had enough of Jimbo Fisher. Unfortunately, I don't think Texas A&M can afford to fire him. That buyout's just insane. You're talking about $80, $90 million buyout. That's just way too high. Way too high. Let me go look for something to eat since it's halftime. I'll be right back. What about a Swiss cake roll? Is that acceptable? You know the Swiss cake rolls? This should be fine. This should be good, right? This should be good. Yeah, that's pretty good there. Top 5 coaches in no particular order. Kirby, Saban, Dabo, uh, probably Harbaugh and Ryan Day. I'd really have to think about it longer than that to come up with an actual list, but no, not Jimbo. I would have had Jimbo in the top 5 years ago. What kind of update you need? It's Thursday. It's Thursday for another hour and 16 minutes. And then you can come back, ask for an update, and I'll tell you that it's Friday. Who's the biggest dummy ever? Oh, God, I don't know. I have no idea. You at least have to break it down into categories for me. What you got, Lou? Bologna sandwich? No, I went. You know what? I got a Swiss cake roll. I ate me a Swiss cake roll, one of those Little Debbie's Swiss cake rolls. Lou, anyway, KJ could make a run for the Heisman next year? No. No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. Biggest dummy is Donald Trump. God, don't get people started on that. And mainly don't get me started because then people get mad at me. Stetson Bennett NFL chances, they're not very good. I don't think he'll ever start a game or anything like that. I'd be surprised. I wouldn't draft him. Maybe somebody will draft him in a late round. I wouldn't even draft him. Stetson Bennett 40 time. Probably like, my guess would be like 4.5. Let's see. Uh, 4.67. 4.67. Yeah, he's quicker than he is fast. If KJ played at Bama or Georgia, he'd have better stats. Well, you can say that about almost any quarterback in the country. My 40 time? Shit. Now? 7 seconds. My legs don't work. Oh, thank you, BA. Yeah, if y'all want to help support the channel, Cash App and PayPal. BA just posted the links in the comment section. Those are great ways to help support the channel. These live streams, direct donations are what keep these live streams coming. So, big shout out to everybody who's helped support the stream today. Sam, thank you for hitting the PayPal. He says, Lou, I love your content. Please talk some shit about Oklahoma if you're so inclined. Hook 'em and go Dogs. Well, I talked some shit about them earlier today when I talked about the when I did my prediction for the Oklahoma-Florida State game. But I mean, I can talk some straight football shit about them. I mean, it was a total failure this season for Oklahoma. Period. I don't care if it's Brent Venables' first year or his 50th year. It's a total failure. You can't take over a team like Oklahoma and have a losing record. That's unacceptable. That's completely unacceptable. What they finished 6 and 7, didn't they, or something like that? I mean, that's unacceptable. I know they had some injuries, but like I was saying earlier, so does everybody else. So that's just not really an excuse. The offense was worse than I thought it would be, and the defense was nowhere near as improved as it should have been under Brent Venables. I know he's got to get more talented players in there, and that takes time, but I thought just Brent Venables being there would have given them a bigger boost defensively than it did. There's just no excuse for a team as talented as Oklahoma to have that type of a record that they had this year, and he's going to have to do a lot better in year 2. Lou, you got 24.4 million views on YouTube. Nice. Really? I don't ever look at that. I mean, I keep track in general about how each video is doing, but I rarely look at like overall views or anything. But I wouldn't have guessed it was that many, though. That sounds like a lot. But I've been around a long time, too. I've been around since, 2014? That's a long time. Dave says my 40 time involves an Uber. Yeah, that sounds right to me, too. That sounds right to me, too. That sounds right to me, too. Jerry Rice was a system guy who ain't played nobody. Yeah, okay. Okay. Lou, what do you think this chat will be like in 10 years? I hope it's just as much fun as it is now, just maybe with more people. I mean, I've been pretty lucky. My YouTube channel has consistently grown year over year, every year. Let's see. You got me curious now. Let's pull up some Let's pull up some YouTube stats here. Let's see. What am I looking for? Analytics. Let's see. $558,000 views in December. That's pretty good for me. That's pretty good for me. Gained 576 subscribers in December. Lou has 16 times more viewers than Texas has rushing yards. Lou would gain more views and subscribers if Georgia lost to Ohio State. I don't know about subscribers, but I would definitely get way more views anytime Georgia loses. If you go to my channel, here, I'll pull it up. Do you think we will pick up any more transfers, says Chris Walker? Maybe. Part of it is a wait and see deal to see how many people transfer out, because it's a numbers game. You can only have 85 scholarships. So a lot of it is going to depend on how many people we have transfer out and how many spots that opens up, right? What was I fixing to look at? Oh, yeah, here you go. This is fun to look at. Let's see, where can I find this? Here we go. Nope, not that. So if you look at my most watched videos ever, they're almost all post-game reactions to Georgia losses. Georgia losing to Tennessee, Georgia losing to Bama, Georgia losing to Bama, me making fun of Jake Fromm here. Georgia losing to Bama, Georgia losing to Florida, Georgia losing to Vanderbilt, Georgia losing to South Carolina, Georgia losing to Georgia Tech, Georgia losing to LSU, a Nick Chubb video, Georgia losing to LSU, Georgia losing to Bama, Georgia winning. See, look, Georgia winning the national title. All those other videos are Georgia losing games. Georgia winning the national title way down here. What is that like? Let's see, 4, 8, 12, 13. It's the 14th most viewed video is Georgia winning the national title. Another Georgia loss. Another loss. Georgia losing to Texas. Loss videos almost always get more views than Georgia winning. Tyler Steele, thank you for the super chat. Does DeQuavius go first or second round? I don't think so, no. I don't think he goes in the first or the second round. Chris Walker says, do you think we will pick up any more? I think I said that already. We'll give you Jimbo. Yeah, I don't want Jimbo. No, I don't think Stetson will go in the first couple of rounds. He may get drafted in a later round, which still would blow my mind, but he may end up getting drafted in a later round. Just be glad the American public hasn't gotten to the point where we root for UJ to lose like we do Bama. How much of a cut does YouTube give you on the memberships? I think it's 50%. That's why I don't really do much with the only thing. I mean, I have the membership thing, but I don't do anything with it really. All you get is like there's some emojis you can post, but that's it, because I don't really promote. I would rather people join Patreon than the YouTube membership, but so many people started asking about the YouTube membership thing. I finally turned it on. Like, it was only like, I think 6 months ago when I turned on the YouTube membership thing, but you do get some emojis, but that's really it. I don't really push the YouTube membership thing. YouTube takes enough from me. They take 50% of the ad revenue, almost 50% of the super chats, and then almost 50% of the membership thing. The ad revenue I get, because YouTube has to do a lot of work to negotiate the ads and all that play on YouTube. So I have no problem with YouTube taking a significant portion of the ad revenue off of my channel, 50%. I do have a problem with them taking almost 50% of super chats. They don't have to do any work on the back end. There's nothing they have to do really that costs them money. Once they spend the money to develop their super chat program, it's not like there's a bunch of people it's not like an ad department out selling ad. I mean, so I think them taking the amount of money that they do from direct donations is ridiculous. I think it's way too high. I think it should be 10, 15% that they take from direct donations. I think them taking, in some cases, up to 50% is way too high for super chats. I think that's ridiculous. YouTube have good cash flow. Well, YouTube is owned by Google, so they're printing money every day. I mean, they're rolling in money. Do you think he goes early or late first round? Neither. As the trophy-winning closet fan, is Mario the answer? Meaning Miami wins an ACC title by 2028 with Mario? By 2028? It's hard to predict anything that far out. It's hard to predict anything past 2 or 3 years, because by then the rosters are completely turned over and all that. But, I mean, I do like Mario Cristobal, and I don't doubt his recruiting ability at all. Miami's about to be fielding. You give him another year or two, Miami's going to be fielding the most talented teams they've had since their national title days. The question about Mario Cristobal is, what can he do with that talent? Because at Oregon, he was losing every year to less talented teams like Utah. Even this year at Miami, no excuse to lose to Duke, no excuse to lose to Middle Tennessee State, no excuse to lose to, was it Georgia Tech? He has to stop losing games, multiple games a year, to less talented teams. He's got to stop that. Losing to Clemson, okay. But losing to Duke, Georgia Tech, Middle Tennessee State, all in the same season, that's unacceptable. He's got to stop that. But the talent is going to go up, and up at Miami over the next couple of years. I don't have any doubt about that. I can guarantee you Battle Angel's not about to do a 24-hour live stream. She has to work like 12 hours tomorrow, starting at like 4 in the morning. I'm surprised she's still awake. LV says, just joined your Patreon, Lou. Haven't been to one of your Patreon streams yet. Looking forward to tomorrow's matchup. Hey, I appreciate that.
Yeah, we have a good time on the Patreon streams. There's less people, obviously, watching a Patreon stream than a stream I do on YouTube. Generally, there's somewhere between, like, 40 and 100 people watching on a Patreon stream. So, and there's no super chat. I don't allow super chats on a Patreon stream. Everybody's already paying to be on the Patreon stream. So, but I read every single comment. Now, when the Georgia game's on, I watch the Georgia game. I don't do like I'm doing now, where I sit here and just read comments the entire time, and every once in a while I look up at the TV. But every single commercial break, I come to the comment section, and I read every single comment that's been typed in the Patreon stream. It's a lot easier to interact with the comment section on the Patreon stream than it is on a YouTube stream, because there's less people watching, which equals less comments. But we have a really good time on there. And I tend to get a little carried away during Georgia games too. But I think most people are aware of that by now. Favorite fast food? Well, it depends. If you're talking about breakfast, it's definitely McDonald's Egg McMuffin. If you're talking about like lunch or like a burger place, the Whopper is probably my favorite fast food burger. Dropped pass. Wow. I mean, you got to catch the ball, Worthy. And that's one of their best receivers. But it hit the guy right in the belly button. You got to catch that, man. Lou, you strike me as a Hardee's guy. Hardee's has good breakfast too, but I rarely go. There's not very many Hardee's left around here anymore, so I rarely go to Hardee's. When I do go to Hardee's now for lunch or dinner, I get the Frisco burger. Is the only thing I get from there. Lou is a sausage and gravy guy. I do eat gravy and biscuit like for breakfast. I do when I go to Cracker Barrel. That's what I get. They're gravy and biscuits. Or biscuits and gravy. Big play by Texas this time. Worthy managed to hang on to the ball that time. Big play there. Big gain by Texas. One of their best plays of the game. Lou, are you a fan of Chick-fil-A? Yeah, I like Chick-fil-A sandwiches. I'm not as hung up on Chick-fil-A as a lot of people are. I mean, I like their chicken sandwiches, but some people have like this weird almost obsession with Chick-fil-A. I think it's a good chicken sandwich, but I don't sit around drooling about it. How far are you from Tybee? I'm about 3 hours from Tybee Island. I'm about 2.5 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours to Savannah. 2.5, 3 hours to Tybee, depending on traffic. The problem is there's no interstate from Augusta to Savannah. I've got to take back roads from Augusta to Statesboro. And then on Statesboro, I get on I-16, and that takes me all the way to Savannah. I watched the first 2 Godfather movies today. Please don't tell me that's the first time you've seen them. Those are 2 of the best movies of all time. Today's pick's going to help out your record. I don't know. Let's see. I picked Minnesota. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I picked Minnesota, and they won. I picked Florida State, and they won. And I picked Washington, and they're currently winning. So you're right. Have I flipped the helmets? Yeah. Flipped the Syracuse helmet and flipped the Oklahoma helmet. Yeah. So hopefully. Big play by Texas. Touchdown, Longhorns. Damn. As soon as I start talking, see, you jinxed me, K-Starg. As soon as we start talking about me getting some picks right, Texas wrench around and score a touchdown. You should go through Sylvania, Highway 21. I go Augusta, Waynesboro, Millen, Statesboro, and that gets me to I-16. Augusta, Waynesboro, Millen, Statesboro, which is really right by Sylvania, Screven County. Is YouTube your main source of income, or can it be asking for a friend? Well, yes. Yes. YouTube and everything that I've built around it is the only income I have. I don't have a quote unquote regular job, or however people are wording it these days. Robert says, I hate YouTube. Well, let me give you a 5-minute break from YouTube. I hate to have you over here suffering. Let me give you a 5-minute break. I hate to have you over here suffering. But yeah, the Uncle Lou thing, that's how I support myself. Yeah. You know. So that's YouTube, Patreon, everything that goes along with that. Sponsorship deals, but it's all tied to college football and the Uncle Lou thing. I don't go clock in anywhere and work. I don't go clock in somewhere and work for someone else. Everything I do is centered around the Uncle Lou Tube college football deal. NIL deals. Lou, do you like my profile pic? I can't really see the profile pic. It looks like a Miami Hurricanes player. The avatars are so small on YouTube, I can hardly see it. Looks like a Miami Hurricanes football player. OnlyFans is Uncle Lou's #1 NIL deal. Yeah, that and Feet Finder are working out pretty good, too. Feet Finder's really taking off. Lou, why would you say that about Ohio State? I was born the OSU Medical School in 2011. Good luck on Saturday, Mr. Lou. Why would I say what about Ohio State? No, I don't know. What did I say about them? Augusta's a little over 100 miles south of me, says Scooter. Spent time in the Augusta Burn Center. Augusta has a special place in my heart for college football. I live not far from there. You were at Doctor's Hospital then, at the Burn Center. My mom worked at Doctor's Hospital for 30 years. Not in the burn center, but yeah, that's a really good burn center there. It's they bring people from all over to get treated at that burn center. Uncle Lou, did you set up a LLC or something similar? Yes. Lou is spreading them dogs on Feet Finder. Yeah. Lou, it's a Canes player choking a Florida Gator. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, there's nothing wrong with choking a Florida Gator player, I guess. I took a trip to Edisto this past summer. It's fun and deer are everywhere. Yeah, I've been to Edisto, I think, only once, though, a while ago. What's up, Chris? Yeah, I got to get back down that way. We've reached the point of the stream where there are more thumbs up than there are people watching. That's amazing. Where can I apply to work for the Uncle Lou Corporation? Believe me, buddy. Believe me. I cannot wait until I can get to the point where I can hire some help. I would love to be at that point. I would love to get to that point. I get so jealous of some of these bigger YouTube channels because I would love to get to the point where all I had to do was live stream and post and record videos. I would love that. And not have to do all the other stuff that goes along with running a channel. So I'd love to be able to hire you or somebody to do some of that. Would you hire a Tennessee fan as an employee? Of course. If they were qualified to do the job, I wouldn't care who they were a fan of. Lou, when can we be able to subscribe to your premium Snapchat to see free exclusive content? Never. You got to go to my OnlyFans or my Feet Finder for that. Internships. Well, unfortunately, Mrs. Pete, I have kind of tried that, and it, as you may be aware, it didn't work out very well in any time that I've tried that. So, you think Hugh Freeze or Lane Kiffin is a better coach? At this point, I'd probably say Hugh Freeze. But Lane Kiffin's a better human being. I'm a software engineer, but I don't think you could afford me. That's what I'm saying. I can't afford anybody. Worst bowl game so far? I think I know the answer. Just need clarification. Oh, I don't know about the worst. I mean, a lot of them have been really, really bad.
Did he get the first down? It was 3rd and 3. It's going to be close. I think they're going to give it to him. 1st and 10, Washington. Only a 3-point lead now for the Huskies after Texas finally scored a touchdown. What was the best game of 2022? Bama, Tennessee. That's definitely one of them. I still remember the who remembers the Pitt, West Virginia game? Thursday night of week 1. Unbelievable game. That one was great. Tennessee and Pitt was a great game. Texas and Alabama. God, there's so many. Every TCU game, every TCU game was unbelievable. Oh, no, they just reviewed that play and said Washington didn't get the first down, and they're right, it didn't, and their knee was down a yard short. So 4th down coming up for Washington. Nicholas T, thank you for hitting the PayPal link, buddy. I really appreciate that. He says, LouTube never change. I hope your channel grows. You are amazing. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I've been pretty lucky. My channel has grown consistently year over year. The first couple of years I was doing this full time, it doubled. It doubled like the first 2 or 3 years, but you know, it's not hard to double when you've got, you know, you got 4,000 subscribers, you double to 8,000, you double again, you're at 16,000. You know, it would be great to double now and get over 100, but that's going to take a while. But yeah, it's consistently grown, like in every way. You know, subscribers have always gone up year over year. Views have always gone up year over year. I've always made more money than I made the year before. My opinion on Sark and Venables, I like Sark. Venables, still a question. I mean, he's only been a coach for 1 year, so I'm not going to say he's terrible and never going to be any good, but it was a huge disappointment this year. Sark, I think, has Texas trending in the right direction. I think I'm more confident in Sark at Texas than a lot of Texas fans are. Penix back to throw, tipped at the line of scrimmage and falls incomplete. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Joshua, thank you for the super chat. He says, Kansas, Arkansas, best bowl game. So, yeah, that was a great one. The North Carolina and Oregon, too. But both those were yesterday, weren't both of those games yesterday were great. Lou, what's your opinion on Coach Prime in Colorado? I don't have high expectations. I don't expect much. If they make a bowl game, I think that'd be a huge success. 2nd and 10 coming up for Washington. They're up 3, 9.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Penix in a shotgun, snap, back to throw, looks downfield, throws high, but caught by the wide receiver. No, out of bounds, didn't get a foot down. Had to jump to make the catch and wasn't able to get a foot down. 3rd and 10 coming up. Lou, who wins in a fight, a silverback or a grizzly? You know what? I'm going to take the silverback. Blake says, if the SEC does pods, do you think Texas and OU join the same pod, and who would get put in there with them, Missouri and A&M? I'm not sure. They're not technically doing the pod system. They're doing, I guess, a version of it, but it's not going to be called that. Every team is going to have 3 teams that they play every year, and then you're going to play 6 additional teams.
The second year, you're going to play those same 3 teams that you play every year, plus the 6 teams you didn't play the year before. But it's not going to technically be a pod system like pod 1, pod 2, pod 3, pod 4. You're just going to have 3 teams that you play every year. And in Texas, Texas and Oklahoma are going to play every year. Deion is going to build a powerhouse. Not at Colorado, he's not. I'm not convinced Deion's going to build much of anything. It looks like this might actually be a catch. They're reviewing it, and it looks like he might have actually made it. I used to hate you, Lou, but now I respect your show. Go Noles. There's a lot of people that have that's been the case for a lot of people. See, you know what? Here's the biggest problem. The first Uncle Lou video that most people see, like you're a Florida State fan, for example, okay? So most Florida State fans, I'm not saying this happened to you, maybe it did, but most Florida State fans, the first Uncle Lou video they see is what? Me talking shit about Florida State. Because Florida State fans go on YouTube, they type in Florida State or whatever, they're looking for a YouTube video, Uncle Lou pops up, they click on it, it's me making fun of Florida State about something. They click off the video, they never go back. They never watch another Uncle Lou video. That happens a lot. Not just Florida State fans, I just mean in general. Could be a Clemson fan, Ohio State, Michigan, Southern Cal, Nebraska, whatever. They'd have no idea who I am. They're on YouTube looking for a video about their team. They stumble across one of my videos where I happen to be making fun of their team. They watch for a minute or two. They click off. They never come back. Most people who stick around long enough, even a week, they usually get it, and then they stay. You know, if I can get them to watch 2 or 3 different videos, maybe tune into a live show or 2, they usually start to get it, and then they stay, you know. But there's a lot of people look, there's a lot of Georgia fans that are this way. I run a Georgia Bulldogs Facebook group, so I'm telling you, this is a problem with Georgia fans too. There are a lot of college football fans that all they want to hear is good things about their team. They don't want to hear anything about any other team. They don't care. They can't name 5 other coaches in college football. They can't name 5 other players in college football. All they care about is their team, and they only want to hear positive things about their team. There are a lot of college football fans that are that way. Those type of people are not going to stick around a channel like this. They're just not going to do it. They're just not going to do it. Whether they're Georgia fans or anybody else, there's just a lot of fans. They're not college football fans. They're just fans of whatever team, you know. They're Florida State fans. They're Miami fans. They're Clemson fans. They're Bama fans, whatever. And they don't care about any other college football team. And they don't want to hear anything negative about their own team. There are a lot of people that are like that. People like that are never going to stick around a channel like this, ever. Never. I could have a much bigger channel if I decided to just quit saying bad things about teams that I thought were bad or players that I thought were bad and quit laughing at teams for losing. But the thing is, I would rather have a smaller channel and be my authentic self. I like making fun of other football teams. I like making fun of Georgia when they deserve it. Just to me, that's just what college football is. And I would rather just be the authentic version of who I am when it comes to college football. And if that means I can only get 60,000 people here now, or maybe 80,000 5 years from now, then so be it. Instead of trying to come on here and only talk about how every team is good, every team has a chance to win, nobody sucks, nobody's bad, nobody played bad, nobody made any mistakes, no coach should be fired. And have 200,000 subscribers. I just can't do that. I don't have the ability. I get too mad, too worked up. I'm too emotionally invested in college football to come on here and try to pretend that everything is great all the time about every single player and every single team. I'm just never going to be able to do that. So I just made the decision a long time ago. I'm not going to set out on this channel to try to please any particular person or any particular fan base. I'm just going to come on here and yell and scream and be way too emotional and dramatic about however I feel, good, bad, or indifferent, about whatever team or player or coach I happen to be talking about. And for the people that enjoy that type of content, I'm glad they find my channel, and I hope they stick around forever. For the ones that don't, I understand, and like I was saying earlier on the stream, there are plenty of other places you can go to get sunshine pumped up your asshole 24 hours a day. You don't have to be here. You know, you can go watch people like Josh Payton. I love Josh Payton. I watch Josh Payton sometimes, so it's not a knock on Josh Payton. But there are lots of channels like Josh Pate who are never going to say anything bad about any team or any player or any coach. And, you know, every team's always got a chance to win. And no matter how bad your team has been for 20 years, you're close to turning it around. And next year might be the year. The fans are right. And patting people on the head all day long. I can't do that. I can't do that. 850 Matthew, thank you for the super chat. Kept checking my phone at work. Glad the Cardiac Knowles got the win. It was a great game. It ended up being a really good game. A really good game. Lou, you got 13,000 views on last night's stream. That's pretty good for a game stream for a channel my size. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Someone's texting me in that. Henry P., thank you for the Cash App. He says, Tennessee is playing in the #1 for a week bowl. Shout out to Tennessee. Tennessee was ranked #1 for 1 week in November. I remember it. I remember it like it was 2 months ago. Lou, do you think the YouTube algorithm prevents you from getting more views, subs? No. No. I actually think the YouTube algorithm, I think, does a pretty good job with showing people, putting my videos in front of people. I don't have any issues with the YouTube algorithm and how they treat me or anything like that. I don't. Lou, what's your favorite sport besides college football? I don't really have a second favorite sport. March Madness is probably, other than college football, March Madness is probably like the sporting event that I enjoy the most. But I also like the NFL playoffs. I like hockey playoffs. NBA and Major League Baseball are probably further down my list, and I don't watch any of that in the regular season. I'm strictly talking about postseason stuff. I will watch Major League Baseball playoffs or NBA playoffs, but they're way down the list. Yeah, I love playoff hockey. I love playoff hockey. I don't have a favorite team in any other sport other than college football. If Tennessee had won our after the UGA law, oh God, oh boy. If Tennessee had 1 hour after the UGA loss, do you think the UGA versus Tennessee rematch would be a better game than UGA versus Ohio State? I don't really understand what you're saying. But it sounds like you're asking me if I think Georgia versus Ohio State would be a better game than Georgia versus Tennessee, and my answer would be yes. I do think the Georgia-Ohio State game is going to be a better and more competitive game than the Georgia-Tennessee game. Lou, will you do a March Madness stream in 2023? Yeah. Now, a lot of times that kind of stuff ends up being on Patreon. But with March Madness, I could probably do some on YouTube too, because there's just so many games on. So I could probably do like 2 or 3 hours on YouTube and 2 or 3 hours on Patreon. So I'm sure I can make something like that happen. The first 2 weeks of March Madness, you know, the Thursday through Sunday, you have games basically from noon to midnight. Those first 2 weekends, 4 days straight of like 12 hours of games, Thursday through Sunday. So yeah, I'm sure I can do something for that. Yeah, I watched the Masters. Indiana and Ohio State beat Alabama in NASCAR viewership. Well, now they do, but they didn't back in the 2000s because there were no Alabama fans back then. They were all NASCAR fans then. Most useless regular season ever. I can't even mention Alabama basketball is doing good around here. Yeah, college basketball regular season is almost completely pointless. Hey, let's ask another Patreon. I left a few hours ago. Hear me carefully. The UGA game will be on Patreon. Let's not ask again. Yeah, UGA Ohio State game will be on Patreon Saturday at 8. TCU Michigan I'm doing right here on YouTube at 4. Do you do a Your Season is Over after March Madness? No, I only do the Your Season is Over videos for football. And there will be one on Sunday. I know there's more bowl games on Monday, but because Georgia is playing on Saturday, I'm going to do the Your Season is Over video Sunday morning, whether Georgia wins or loses. So, of course, I'll talk about the playoff games and the Your Season is Over video on Sunday, but I'll also then talk about all these other bowl games that have happened over the last week or so. Would a UJ game be on Patreon? All right, y'all trolling now. Lou, have you ever been to a Savannah Bananas game? No, but we talked about that for a long time, or we talked about that several times on the morning show over the summer, I think it was, and we watched a bunch of Savannah Bananas videos on TikTok and YouTube. It looks like a lot of fun, but, man, the tickets to some of those games are through the roof. I guess it's really hard to get tickets. It's very popular, to Savannah Bananas, and I guess it's very hard to get tickets. And it drives the prices up on them. But I would love to go to a Savannah Bananas game. It looks like a lot of fun. Chance, thank you for the super chat. He says, so basically you're our favorite neutral articulate asshole. LOL, we love you, Lou. Never change. Thank you, Chance. Thank you. Joshua, thank you for the super chat. I think I missed this one, too. He says, I have more yardage going to the fridge this year than the combined team Miami rushing yards. God dang. That's pretty bad. Boy, I'm getting tired. I'm not going to lie. You know what? I might have to call it quits early. I don't know if I'm going to make it to the end of this one. We'll see if I can make it to the end of the third quarter. Still 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Still 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go in the third quarter. Washington's now up 20-10. Texas with the ball at their own 39. Going deep, open, call. Oh, my God. How are you dropping these? Please tell me that wasn't worthy. That's worthy again. Is Southern Cal, man, Roger, do you still want Xavier Worthy? This dude, that's about the third one of these he's dropped. What is he doing? He must be transferring and is just already mentally checked out or something. Look at that. What is this guy doing? Roger, are you sure you want that guy? That should have been a touchdown. I can't believe that guy for Washington just caught that punt like that. Roger Dodger says, nope, doesn't change his mind. I hear you. If Tennessee beats Clemson, Milton Flakes in all Dollar General stores in the state of Tennessee within a week. Milton Flakes. Milton Flakes. You want to be a receiver, but you can't catch? Can you block? You can come to Georgia and play receiver. You don't have to be able to catch. Just be a good blocker. Can you block? Where is the Duke's Mayo Bowl? I believe it's in Charlotte. I believe the Duke's Mayo game is in the Duke's Mayo Bowl is in Charlotte, I believe. I know the Dukes also sponsors a week 1 game, the Dukes Kickoff Classic or whatever it's called, and that's always in Charlotte. That drop pass is a sign to stop and start watching Game of Thrones. Yeah, right, Colby? Colby, you already know. Back-to-back horrible drops from Worthy. Make sure you can block, and you better not get injured. Yeah, if you get injured, if you get injured at UJ, you might as well just transfer. You're not getting back on the field. Lou, I'm a kicker. Would you want me to? Yeah. If you can make 45-yard field goals, then come on down. Mason, thank you for the Cash App, sir. He says, I love the channel, Lou. Voltards are a gimmick. Yes, Tennessee's offense is a gimmick. It's just hurry up to the line and try to catch the other team when they're not ready. That's basically the strategy. What are the OSU fans going to blame the loss on? Oh, good question. Somebody said earlier they were going to blame it on playing in a dome. So I don't know. Xavier Worther transferring to Alabama to keep the drop passes tradition alive? Yeah, that's a possibility. Blankenship should have won the Heisman? I think so, too. He was clearly the best player in all of college football for 2 years in a row. He didn't even win the Heisman once. That's a damn shame. I'm the best water boy west of the Mississippi River. Do I got a spot? Yeah, come on down. Come on, we got plenty of room here. Come on down. You can sleep in the movie theater chairs. They recline all the way back. Nice Italian leather. I'll bring you a blanket in here and a pillow. Shit, you'll be good to go. At least a week. I think the Ohio State fans will blame their head coach if they lose. Yeah, well, you might be right, actually. The short guy from Game of Thrones needs his own TV show. Peter Dinklage is his name in real life. On the show, it's Tyrion Lannister, but yeah, I love him on that show. Washington has the ball 1st and 10 after that Texas punt on their own 10-yard line. On the ground, a nice play here, picks up about 13 yards. Nice run for Washington on 1st down, gets them out of the shadow of their own end zone there. They're up 20-10, 5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. 1st and 10 again on the 23 now. Penix up talking to the line of scrimmage. 3 wide receivers at the top of the screen. One of them motions down to the bottom now. So you got 2 up top, 2 at the bottom. Penix in a shotgun with a running back. Snap, back to throw. Texas sends 4. Good protection. Penix throws complete. Good for another 1st down. Picks up another 11 yards. Moves the sticks again. 4 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter now. Penix back to throw. Caught short of the 1st down this time. Well, no, they can't tackle him. It took 4 Texas players that still couldn't tackle the guy. Should have been a 7-yard gain. Instead, it's an 11-yard gain and another 1st down. So Washington's run 4 plays. All 4 of them have picked up a first down. Lou, I need Texas to win, so say Washington is going to win. I did. I picked Washington. I picked Washington to win, and for whatever reason, Texas still won't win. It's weird. Lou, who do you think's the worst fan base? Well, I don't know about the worst. I break them down into different categories, like maddest, dumbest, stuff like that. The dumbest fan base this year was Tennessee, trying to figure out the playoff stuff when we all knew they weren't getting in, but they were still trying to figure it out. They were the dumbest. Alabama fans were the maddest. Ohio State fans are probably the most annoying. Are you streaming tomorrow? And if so, what hours? Yeah, I'm going to start at 3:30 tomorrow for Notre Dame and South Carolina. I'm starting to draw blanks here. Everything's starting to run together. Here you go. So tomorrow, 3:30, Notre Dame and South Carolina. Another nice play by Washington. 3:30, Notre Dame and South Carolina. And then 8 o'clock, Tennessee and Clemson. Those will be the 2 games I stream tomorrow. Those will be the 2 games I stream tomorrow. Lou, I'm working on 45 yards plus as I get into my senior year. I don't know what that means. What about the team that had the least efficient use of resources? Well, I know I know there's several resources that Clemson is refusing to use, like the transfer portal. I think having a national coaching search is a legitimate resource available to Clemson that they choose not to use when it comes to coordinators. Penix has a cannon. Yeah. He's really good. 3rd and 6 now for Washington, close to midfield. Penix back to throw. Good protection. Complete. And short of a first down by 2 yards. 4th and 2 coming up for Washington. Just across midfield. Let's see what they do. 1:40 and the clock is ticking. 3rd quarter. Washington still up 10. 20-10 over the Longhorns. 20-10 over the Longhorns. Looks like they're going to kick it away on 4th and 2. We just got a QB out of the portal. What the hell are y'all talking about? You talking about the guy that was already with you to start with and then transferred back as a graduate and rode the bench? Is that what you're talking about? Show us General Voltard real quick. Just go to YouTube and type in Uncle Lou General Voltard, and you can entertain yourself for hours. Robert says he hates YouTube again. All right, let me. I hate that someone's making you. I hate that someone's making you watch YouTube and hang out in the YouTube comment section when you hate it so much. So let me give you a 5-minute break. Whoever it is that's making you watch YouTube, let me know who it is, and I'll call them and tell them to stop. Lou, do you believe in aliens? I don't believe in like the whole Area 51 thing where aliens have been here and the government knows it and we've got a UFO underneath a mountain in the desert. I don't believe all that. I do think it's possible there is life somewhere in the universe. Wow, they picked it up on 4th and 2. Wow. Washington ain't playing.
They decided to go for it on 4th and 2. Play action pass, rolls out, hits the guy in the flat, makes the first man miss, and picks up the first down. Washington keeps the drive alive. 50 seconds to go in the third quarter. Washington 20, Texas 10. Chance says, so basically you're our favorite neutral I think I read that one already. I believe all USA billionaires are aliens, said Jared. Yeah, I don't. Evan says, your show's gotten awesome through the years. Been fun to see the progression. It'll only keep growing. Keep doing your thing. Thank you, Evan. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you for the kind words. Rumor has it that Stetson got a haircut. Well, that's Ohio State's officially screwed if that's the case. Ohio State's officially screwed if that's the case. Mason, thank you again. He says, Tennessee is still giving up touchdowns to USC Junior. Man, I believe it. I believe it. There you go. 50-something points to the Shamecocks. That's sad. That's sad. South Carolina scored more on Tennessee this year than Georgia has given up to South Carolina in like the last 3 years combined. 4 years combined. Third and 2. 10 seconds to go in the third quarter. Washington has the ball on the 28. Running play this time. Gets close to a first down. Might have got it. Looks like Washington's fixing to pull away in this thing. I think I'm going to go ahead and end it. I'm wore out. I did it 8 hours yesterday. I'm over 6 hours now today, and I got to do the same thing tomorrow and Saturday. I'm going to knock off a little bit early. I'd love to stay on with y'all for the fourth quarter of this game, but to be honest with you, I'm having a hard time keeping my eyes open. So I think I'm going to knock it off for today. But I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me today. I had a really good time. I can't wait to do it again tomorrow, and we got some great games, Notre Dame and South Carolina. And then, of course, the first of the New Year's Six Bowls, Tennessee and Clemson at 8 o'clock. Should be a really good one, too. So come hang out with me again tomorrow. We'll watch some more college football. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night. Good luck to both of these teams. I'll find out in the morning who wins it, I guess. And I'll talk to y'all again real soon. Have a good morning.